Before there were ships, before the compass or the gods of wind and water, there were the bones of things that drifted without names. Long before the sea was mapped, before borders carved up the blue, life moved through the darkness, in shapes we still do not understand. It swam in silence, fed in spirals, died in patterns, then it vanished, and the sea buried it all, in pressure, in cold, in layers of silt and time. Tonight we descend, not into myth, not into fantasy, but into the fossilized archives of a world science cannot fully explain. A world of spiraled trilobite migrations, glowing shell beds, vertebrate shadows pressed into rock where vertebrates should not yet have existed. These are not stories told by torchlight. These are real discoveries, documented, measured, dismissed, then quietly filed away beneath the surface, left to rest in marine labs, sealed archives, and sediment too strange to classify. Some of these fossils defy the timeline of evolution. Others reveal behaviors no one ever thought to assign to creatures, hundreds of millions of years dead. A few whisper secrets that hint at intelligence, not ours, and not recent. Each one drips with the salt of deep time. Each one demands we look closer, listen harder, and let go of the stories we thought the sea had finished telling. So lie back, let the tide pull you toward the strange and the ancient. This is not a voyage of certainty. This is a drift through what the ocean remembers, and what it refuses to explain. Before we begin, tell us, where are you watching from? And what time is it there right now? Drop it in the comments below. Let's sink into the deep together. When you're ready, we begin with a wall, a cliffside of bones, a vertical fossil record, hidden beneath the cold churn of the Norwegian sea. Shall we descend? Beneath the steel-grey chop of the Norwegian sea, where currents bite like knives, and daylight fails to penetrate the blackened thermocline, an undersea cliff stretches taller than any cathedral. No sonar scan had marked it before. No expedition had flagged the site as geologically significant. But in the spring of 2009, during a deep-sea survey for offshore pipeline mapping, a Norwegian remotely operated vehicle tilted its camera upward and caught a glimpse of something not made of stone. The cliff face, nearly 90 meters high, was layered with patterns that should not have been there: overlapping fans, coiled ridges, spiral crests, the unmistakable outlines of invertebrate life fossilized in place, but vertically. Whole columns of creatures sealed against the rock, like an ancient mural, some stretching over 5 meters long, their structures uncrushed, unwarped, frozen in perfect anatomical order. Marine biologists, reviewing the footage at the Bergen Institute, paused at one particular section. A set of fossilized fins, embedded halfway up the cliff, curved in a way no invertebrate should possess. Ribbed, symmetrical, paired, vertebrate features, yet these were encased among layers dated to the early Cambrian, long before vertebrates were thought to exist. Chemical analysis of microsamples, pulled by a second ROV, confirmed the strata's impossible age. There had been no tectonic inversion, no erosion collapse. These creatures were fossilized upright, as if they'd been swept into place and sealed in seconds. One row of trilobites faced downward, every eye ridge aligned toward the sea floor. Another species curled tightly in unison, as if bracing for a pressure they somehow sensed was coming. None of the layers bore the crumpling expected from natural death burial. There was no random scatter, just structure, order, as if something had organized them before the sediment closed in. The second dive descended with colder silence, the kind that presses into the skull and hollows thought into instinct. Nothing moved on the screens, but every technician leaned in as the ROV approached the same shelf of ancient stone. In the artificial wash of floodlights, the cliff face loomed like a tapestry woven from extinction. There were no jagged breaks or erratic scatter. Everything fossilized here had been caught mid-pattern, as if arranged, not buried. Even the smallest shells clung in precise alignment, their ridges facing north-northeast, like marine compasses, turned towards something long gone. A team of geochemists watched the feed without speaking. They weren't looking at form, they were watching for collapse. The matrix that held these fossils together, should have fractured under the weight of the sea. But the sediment showed unusual cohesion, as if some binding agent far denser than mud or lime had sealed the layers tight. When one researcher enhanced the microtextures, she paused. Between the fossilized fins and trilobite spirals, she spotted threads, filament structures, thin, curved, interlocking, organic, artificial, uncertain. But they didn't match anything else from the strata. One strand pulsed faintly under polarized light, just once, like a nerve remembering fire. When the composite images were layered digitally, the full shape of the wall began to emerge, not just as a vertical surface, but as a pattern of migration. Across 30 meters, the fossilized organisms were not randomly preserved, but clustered in arches and arcs that seemed to bend toward a central void. There, in the middle of the cliff, a dark cavity opened, like an absence of time itself, a recess untouched by fossil, sediment, or debris. Nothing had settled there. No organism had drifted in. No mineral bloom had taken hold. Just a perfect lens-shaped gap in the stone, smoother than any natural break, outlined by a faint mineral ring that glowed pale green under ultraviolet scan. The paleontologists hesitated to name it. Some called it a breach, others a birthmark in the rock. But one oceanographer, reviewing the sonar field data, saw something else. The cavity's shape matched a frequency pattern found in certain low-resonance whale calls, not by amplitude, but by contour. The curve of sound mirrored the empty space in stone, as if something had carved resonance into the cliff, long before life around it died. She submitted a paper. It was rejected without peer review. Too speculative, they said. But she never let go of the theory. She claimed the wall wasn't just a grave, it was an echo, a preserved memory of a frequency deep enough, loud enough, to shape stone and silence every living thing near it. When sediment cores were drawn from the base of the cliff, the technicians expected a slow taper, thinner strata, fewer remains, a gentle descent into sterile substrate. Instead, the cores came back, layered with shattered microfossils, as if something at the foundation of the wall had collapsed inward before hardening again. Under scanning electron microscopes, these broken remnants revealed signs of heat exposure and pressure inconsistent with the rest of the wall. Some fragments showed signs of vitrification, partial glassification of organic material, a process that normally requires temperatures far beyond what any known event in the region could have produced. And yet, the surrounding geology bore no signs of eruption, no volcanic seam, no hydrothermal scar, just this single zone of thermal trauma, precisely confined to the lower core. A section head quietly sent the samples to a European lab specializing in impact events, hoping for clarity. The results came back weeks later. The lab flagged the fragments as anomalous, not because of their age or their structure, but because of their magnetism. Each shard responded to a directional pull, faint but steady, aligning not to the Earth's magnetic field, but to a vector tilted 32 degrees off true north. The magnetic lines ran straight toward the central cavity, the void in the cliff face. It was as though something had radiated from that point, something hot enough to burn through flesh and shell, something that imprinted direction even into death, something that may have pulsed only once. A biologist from Trondheim, reviewing the digital reconstruction, noticed something the others had missed. Across the fossil wall, certain specimens appeared in near-identical postures, spaced evenly apart, like repeating figures in a broken song. Not just similar species, the same anatomical flourishes, the same bent fins, the same number of spine ridges flared in the same defensive arch. She overlaid the images. The match was near perfect. At first, the theory was contamination, a software glitch, duplicated data. But the timestamps confirmed unique frames, and the angles varied just enough to eliminate error. These weren't copies, they were repetitions. To test the idea further, she mapped the locations of these identical forms across the wall. What emerged was a spiral, faint, incomplete, but present. The arc swept outward from the central cavity, like the residue of a vanishing cyclone. Every duplicated fossil marked a turn of that spiral. None of the surrounding fossils were distorted or swept. Only the matching forms, as if caught in an unseen current, had been arranged in that precise geometry. The spiral narrowed toward the void, terminating just outside its border, as though the pattern had tried to continue, but was stopped. No known mechanism explains how fossils from different species groups could emerge in such deliberate recurrence. No natural current arranges the dead with that kind of precision. The biologist didn't file a formal paper. She simply saved the diagram, printed it, and pinned it beside her window. At night, the spiral glowed faintly under her reading lamp. During the 6th expedition, one of the divers noticed something odd about the surrounding terrain. Not the wall itself, but the seafloor that framed it. Where most of the Norwegian basin is scattered with silt and slow-falling debris, this stretch was eerily clean. The sediment around the base of the fossil wall measured thinner than expected, almost as if something had been brushing it clear over time. Not a current. The bathymetry ruled that out. No slope, no motion, just a motionless clarity, as if the earth itself had been holding its breath. Then came the tracer dye. As part of a routine dispersion test, a slow-release gel was dropped upstream, releasing harmless fluorescent markers designed to track movement over the seafloor. Within minutes, the dye should have spread outward, tracing arcs, eddies, and drift. But instead, the dye pulled in, not rapidly, but gently, toward the wall, toward the cavity. It moved like breath, returning to lungs. Then it stalled, vanishing just outside the fossil-lined cliff. The water around the wall tested normal. No drop in salinity, no temperature anomaly. But the dye didn't lie. There was a pull here, not mechanical, not tidal, subtle, persistent. Back on the ship, the footage was reviewed with quiet confusion. The crew didn't speak much about what they saw. One of the engineers described it later as gravity pretending to be memory, as if something deep inside the cliff remembered the shapes that once drifted into its reach, and still, somehow, called for more. Months later, after the data had settled into silence and the expeditions were quietly paused, a new detail surfaced, not from a dive, but from an archive. A retired marine geologist working in Nordland had been reviewing the sonar logs from the early 1980s, back when that stretch of seafloor was first mapped by NATO vessels. The resolution was crude, the scans grainy, but in one frame, blurred by analog noise, the faint shadow of the cliff could be seen, and something else. A second structure, smaller, positioned directly opposite the fossil wall. A twin, not as tall, but mirrored in shape. The records had been dismissed at the time as sonar distortion, a duplication artifact caused by bounce back. The geologist brought the scan to a researcher at the university, who overlaid the old data with the modern map. The anomaly was no longer there. Whatever that second structure was, it had either collapsed or vanished. The coordinates were solid. The satellite topography from recent years showed nothing unusual at that spot, only a flat, featureless trench. Yet, in the old scan, the second wall was clear, upright, parallel. If there had been a second cliff, did it hold fossils too? Did it face the first in silent symmetry, or did the two once form a gate, something sealed, something held between them in balance until time or pressure undid the tether? No one returned to verify. The funding dried up. The ROVs were reassigned, but in a locked drawer, the geologist kept a printout of that blurred sonar frame, not for proof, but for the quiet shape that rose from the dark, a shape the sea no longer admitted was ever there. A quiet request made its way through informal channels. Months after the research halted, a sample of the mineral lining the void, the faint green ring that encircled the central cavity. The fragment had been small, sealed in nitrogen, and left unexamined after the first flurry of attention faded. It was delivered to a lab in Hamburg that specialized in trace isotopic dating and spectral resonance. What they found was not age, but interference. The mineral, though chemically mundane, mostly silicate with trace barium, emitted a persistent signal under low-frequency acoustic sweep, not a sound, a resistance. When the lab technicians played calibrated sine waves into the chamber holding the fragment, The waveforms returned distorted, not simply refracted, but modulated. The mineral wasn't just echoing the sound, it was altering it, bending frequencies in patterns too complex for coincidence. It seemed to respond best between 18 and 22 Hz, below human hearing. That range, they noted quietly, was sometimes associated with unease, with pressure on the chest, with the feeling of being watched in an empty room. They submitted a report. It was shelved. There was no mechanism, no precedent, and the cliff had long since been removed from official dive rosters. But before the lab closed the case, one researcher, a former acoustician with a background in marine life communication, fed the distortion pattern into a spectrogram translator used for decoding whale song. What returned wasn't language. It wasn't music. It was shape, a spiral, crude but visible, blooming outward from a hollow center. The same spiral described by the fossils. It had been buried for 500 million years, but somehow it still answered. Years passed, and the cliff was forgotten by all but a handful of scattered researchers. Then came a discovery not underwater, but in limestone, high in the cliffs of Sardinia, where a paleontologist was mapping fossilized reef beds from the early Cambrian. Among the familiar coral patterns and trilobite remains, she uncovered an imprint that halted her breath. It was shallow, worn by time, but unmistakable in its geometry, a spiral of repeated shell forms, each overlapping the next in a slow outward bloom. It mirrored the same formation found in the Norwegian Sea. She marked it with a red wax pencil, circled it, and set it aside. But as she excavated further, another imprint emerged. Not a fossil this time, but a gap, a small perfect cavity at the center of the spiral. The stone around it showed no signs of collapse or erosion. It was as though something had once been there and was now cleanly gone. She took photos, measurements, even 3D scans. When she ran the cavity's dimensions through her database, only one match returned: the cavity from the fossil cliff, far to the north. Identical proportions, identical curvature, as if something had carved the same void into stone 2,000 kilometers apart. Millions of years ago, in entirely different oceans. She reached out to colleagues in Norway, but the team had disbanded. Records were sparse. Samples had been misplaced. The spiral she found in Sardinia never made it into publication, but in her notes, she wrote one line in pencil, just above the final scan: if it fossilized twice, it moved. The idea of motion in fossils is a contradiction. Fossils are fixed, locked in the geology of silence, but the spiral kept appearing, not just in stone, but in the arrangement of organisms, the pattern of bone, the silence between. A graduate student poring over Cambrian erosite records noticed it again, buried in the stratigraphy of an excavation in Greenland. The rock layers there were ordinary, shallow marine in origin, rich in trilobites and simple filter feeders. But when mapped in cross-section, one sediment band curved in a way no tectonic uplift could explain. Fossils along that band, from microbrachiopods to early mollusks, all arched slightly in the same direction, not crushed by movement, but shaped as if caught in a fluid motion before burial. The student overlaid the fossil paths from Greenland with the cliff wall in Norway. Though separated by distance and time, the angles matched, a fractional curve, tightening clockwise, always ending near a void. These were not global alignments, they were anatomical echoes, fossilized into flesh, as though something had passed through, unseen, leaving only curvature in its wake. He published nothing, no one would have believed it, but he started drawing spirals in the corners of his notebooks, absent-mindedly. Even when working on unrelated subjects, he began to dream of them, vast spirals blooming beneath the seabed, spinning in silence. Sometimes in the moments between sleep and waking, he swore he heard something just below the threshold of sound. Not speech, not song, just a slow, deep turning. A privately funded dive mission, unaffiliated with any university or government agency, returned to the site in secret. No announcement. No published logs. The coordinates were slightly altered from the original to avoid scrutiny, but the destination was unmistakable. the northern drop-off, just east of the original fossil wall. This team brought custom instruments, passive acoustic monitors, photoluminescent dye tracers, and a pair of modified pressure buoys designed to measure spatial distortion at micro scales. The goal wasn't recovery, it was listening. For 2 hours the water was still, the cliff stood unchanged, the fossils unmoved. Then, without warning, the dye deployed into the trench didn't drift. It dropped, straight down in a narrow pillar, like water falling through water. Pressure sensors showed no shift. Currents hadn't changed, but the buoy trembled, a fluctuation not in movement, but in place. For exactly 43 seconds, the local gravity vector shifted, not enough to disturb the equipment, not enough to tip the submersible, but enough to register as a tilt in space itself. Then it stopped. One of the monitors captured a pulse, a low-frequency thrum, nearly flat, that rose and fell once like breath. When the sound was analyzed later in a soundproof chamber, its waveform showed a recurring trough, a moment of complete silence between oscillations. That moment, when isolated, matched the exact gap between fossil clusters along the cliff wall. It wasn't just sound, it was memory, something long buried, might not have fossilized at all. It might still be turning, deep beneath the layers, deeper than the sea admits, waiting to finish the spiral. A naval contractor, working on subsea communication arrays, encountered signal interference near the old coordinates. It began as static, the kind dismissed by engineers as thermal noise or pressure shifts across the cable's outer sheath. But when spectrographic technicians filtered the interference through a digital harmonics processor, a shape emerged, not a waveform, a map. Embedded in the distortion was a geometric form, composed entirely of absence. Thin arcs, with a hollow center, repeating at irregular intervals, all curving toward a central origin. The spiral again, this time not etched in stone or implied by fossil, but carved directly into electromagnetic silence. When the technicians compared this data with a classified archive of seafloor anomalies, logged during Cold War submarine surveillance, they found something worse. A file dated 1974 described a sonar blind zone at the exact location, not a void, but a cancellation, a patch of ocean, where sound didn't echo back. The submarine's active ping had returned nothing, not even background noise, just silence. It had been labeled a sensor malfunction, but the blind zone was shaped precisely like the cavity at the cliff's center, oval, smooth, perfectly dimensioned. The same absence had appeared 50 years earlier, not to sight or touch, but to sound. It raised a question no one wanted to ask. Was the fossil wall merely the imprint of ancient life, or the edge of something older, something that silences everything that touches it? Even sonar recoiled, even data blurred, and in that hush, the sea remembered its deepest secret, by refusing to echo anything at all. The final piece came, not from the ocean, but from orbit. A retired remote sensing analyst, once employed by a European space agency, reviewed archived multispectral satellite imagery during an unrelated study on bioluminescence blooms. In a series of nighttime scans over the Norwegian Sea, taken across a 5-year span, he noticed faint anomalies, circular patterns of infrared interference, just beneath the surface, pulsing at irregular intervals. They were barely perceptible, no heat spike, no light, just a soft distortion in the sea's uppermost skin, each time centered on the same coordinates. Out of curiosity, he overlaid the pulses on a global current simulation model and ran them backward through time. What he found shook him. The pulses traced a path, not random, not dispersed by tide. They moved with consistency, always curling east, drawing arcs as they shifted year to year, as though something below was rotating very slowly, cycling under the crust. The path formed a sprawling spiral across the North Atlantic, its center anchored near the fossil wall. He showed the map to no one, but printed it. On the back he wrote a date, not a discovery date, but a projection. A future pulse was due within months, according to the model, one that would pass directly beneath an undersea fiber optic junction. If the pattern held, sensors would register nothing at all, not heat, not sound, not movement, just a clean cut in data, a missing breath. Somewhere beneath the crust, something older than fossilization might still be turning, so slowly that time itself forgets to watch. In an isolated marine lab along the Lofoten coast, an oceanographic technician began running simulations of deep-sea sediment behavior. It was routine work, modeling particle drift, slope compression, the usual, but when he input data from the Norwegian cliff site, his models failed. Sediment didn't fall as expected. Layers refused to settle. Even when he adjusted for pressure, salinity, seismic history, nothing worked. The particles floated in place, circling the simulation's void center, as if gravity there had a different rule. He tried recentering the model on other parts of the trench. It held, but the moment the fossil wall was reintroduced, the logic collapsed. On a whim, he reversed the flow, ran the model backward, as if time itself rewound, and the layers began to rise. The fossil wall didn't crumble apart. It reassembled, spirals tightened, gaps refilled, creatures unfurled from the stone in slow, impossible motion. What emerged in the final frames wasn't a shoal or a reef, but a form, not living, not dead, a presence, as though the wall itself had once been part of a larger organism, a spine, a jaw, a silent mechanism too immense to recognize all at once. He saved the video, watched it again, then again. Each time, he saw something different, not new data, new orientation, as if the more he watched, the more the spiral rewrote how his eyes passed shape. He eventually deleted the file, not out of fear, but exhaustion. The model no longer made sense, and at night, when he stared at the dark horizon, he found himself tilting his head, just slightly, without meaning to, aligning unconsciously to a curve the sea no longer showed. In a final effort to preserve what little remained of the research, an archivist at a marine institute in Tromsø compiled all surviving records into a single cold storage capsule. Scans, sonar charts, mineral logs, acoustic traces, every artifact from the cliff site reduced to data. She included field notes, unpublished memos, even the hand-drawn spiral from the Sardinia dig. Before sealing it, she added a photo of the wall itself, taken on the last official dive, the fossil cliff illuminated by ROV lights, vanishing upward into the black. She paused before closing the capsule. In one corner of the image, something caught her attention, not in the fossils, but in the sediment above. A distortion, a slight blur where the camera should have been still. She enhanced it, filtered it, layered frames. There it was again, a faint looping arc, almost translucent, etched in plankton and silt, as if drawn by the wake of something that passed without touching. The arc didn't match any known current. It curved back toward the wall, into the cavity's shadow, then vanished. She didn't label the anomaly. There was no point. The project had already been archived, closed, and left to rest. But as she finished the final entry, she wrote one sentence at the top of the file: not fossilized, remembered. Then she sealed the capsule and placed it into a temperature-controlled vault, beneath layers of concrete and time. Somewhere, deep beneath that cold vault and colder sea, the cliff remains, a memory pressed into stone. Not a tomb, not a monument, a signal, one the ocean has never quite stopped whispering. In the shallows off the southern curve of the Baltic Sea, where the water runs pale and sluggish over ancient limestone bedrock, an excavation team searching for glacial-era debris stumbled upon a spiral, not a rock formation or current-made groove, but a fossil pattern, a living trace, pressed into seabed stone by something long dead. At first it looked accidental, a coil of broken trilobite remains scattered by drift. But the closer they looked, the clearer it became. Each fossil lay angled just so, tucked into a formation that wound clockwise across 12 full rotations. No overlap, no misalignment. Each trilobite rested with its head pointed along the curve, as if swept together by a current that hadn't moved in 500 million years. It wasn't the number that shocked the team, but the species. All the trilobites belonged to a rare subspecies, thought to have vanished before this sediment layer was ever formed. Their morphology was advanced, compound eyes sharply ridged, spines intact, segments flexed in a way that suggested tension, not rest. Some looked like they were bracing, others like they were following. Along the center of the spiral, the fossils became smaller, juveniles, still soft-ridged, barely fossilized at all. They curled tighter, forming a knot at the spiral's heart. No predator signs, no trauma, no scatter. Just this impossible alignment. Thousands of individuals gathered in a silent spiral that no migration theory could explain. One paleobiologist called it a procession, another called it a grave, but no one could explain why they moved in circles to die. When the site was scanned using ground-penetrating sonar, the spiral did not end at the last visible fossil. Beneath the stone, at least 2 more rotations continued, deeper than excavation could reach, embedded in a stratum too fragile to unearth. The sonar returned concentric rings, faint but steady, as if the trilobites had continued downward, carving their own burial into the seabed. No signs of sediment collapse, no fault line beneath. The rock had simply formed around them. Paleontologists reviewing the data argued over terminology. Was this a behavioral fossil, the preserved echo of movement, rather than structure, or had something else dictated the path? One theory surfaced, whispered more than published: resonance. That perhaps some force, a pulse, a low-frequency tremor, undetectable now, once moved through the water, guiding the creatures in a hypnotic circuit, not herding them, calling them, as though they had not migrated at all, but obeyed. That idea was dismissed in journals, but not in private. The sediment layers showed no seasonal trigger, no food source, no nesting pattern. It had been a spiral of convergence, and nothing came after. What troubled the researchers most wasn't the fossils themselves, it was what wasn't there. The outer edges of the spiral were lined with faint impressions in the silt, not from trilobites, but from something larger, not a predator, not a current, just a presence, a shape without form, as if the spiral had not just been made by the creatures, but made for something else to watch, or wait. Among the hundreds of specimens catalogued, one stood apart, not for its size or orientation, but for what it carried. Embedded in the thorax of a mid-spiral trilobite, paleontologists discovered a fragment of mineral unlike anything in the surrounding matrix. It was thin, sheet-like, iridescent under electron microscopy, and layered in a lattice too orderly to be accidental. Not native to the region, not shaped by biology, just there, lodged beneath the exoskeleton, as if placed or grown. At first it was thought to be a rare crystal intrusion, but the chemical composition refused to conform to any known classification. Silicate-based, yes, but bonded with trace isotopes that suggested formation under pressures far beyond those found in shallow seas. When polarized light was run across its surface, the mineral shimmered not uniformly, but in sequence, a pulse of reflected spectrum, moving from edge to center and back again, like breath cycling through stone. Some thought it might be piezoelectric, a kind of biological capacitor. Others whispered something stranger, that it wasn't crystal at all, but fossilized signal, that whatever had drawn the trilobites into their spiral, whatever had held them there, motionless and aligned, had left this behind like a fingerprint. Not on every trilobite, just one. At the heart of the spiral's fifth turn, facing inward, alone. They didn't extract it. The matrix was too delicate. The fossil remains in a vault now, sealed in resin, stored without label. It's been scanned, imaged, shelved, but no one has yet explained what it was responding to, or why the pulse hasn't stopped. Months after the excavation ended, and the reports went quiet, a marine geologist reviewing echo sounder data from the nearby shelf noticed an anomaly. It wasn't a structure or deposit, but a pattern in the way sonar waves returned, a faint curvature, invisible to the eye, but measurable in timing. Across a wide arc extending from the spiral site, the sound came back just a fraction late, as if bending gently through something not accounted for. Water temperature, salinity, seabed composition, all standard. but the curve remained. A delay, a tilt in perception itself. He layered the delay map over the fossil spiral, and found the arcs aligned. The delay radiated from the spiral's center, like a fossilized field, still disturbing the present. Sound bent where the trilobites once moved. He contacted a former colleague in bioacoustics, who ran simulations using low-frequency calls, based on extant marine invertebrate signaling. When played near the spiral's coordinate range, a distortion appeared, not in the water, but in the machines. Timestamps glitched, spectrograms returned loops. One signal, in particular, produced an echo that did not decay. It pulsed, paused, then pulsed again, as if answering. The researcher filed a quiet memo, no names, no claim, just one line in the subject field. It remembers the spiral. Then he encrypted the file and left it unpublished, archived inside a personal server that has since gone offline. The trilobites never migrated again. No similar fossil spiral has been found anywhere else in the fossil record, as if this moment, this one coil of silence pressed into stone, was the first and the last of its kind, or perhaps the only one that finished its call. An independent research vessel, contracted for unrelated sediment sampling years later, anchored briefly above the spiral's last known location. The onboard equipment, outfitted with new generation magnetometers, detected a faint distortion, not strong enough to trigger alarms, but consistent across 3 separate passes. It wasn't magnetic in the usual sense. No iron content, no ore seam, just a gradient. A soft slope in orientation, as though compass needles in that one patch of sea hesitated before pointing true. The anomaly wasn't fixed in the bedrock. It hovered, held within a few meters of water column above the fossil site, pulsing in and out like a breath misaligned with time. One of the technicians suggested it might be a thermocline artifact, but the temperature held steady. The water was quiet. No upwelling, no turbulence. And still the field twisted slightly with every pass, tilting their bearings toward the fossil spiral below. It wasn't enough to disrupt navigation, just enough to be felt, a lingering skew, as though the instruments were being nudged towards something no longer there. Back on shore, when they plotted the anomaly's pattern in 3 dimensions, it formed a loose helix, rising from the spiral like smoke frozen in water. It didn't reach the surface. It stopped, exactly 77 meters up, then dissipated, as if the signal had only ever intended to reach that far. Not upward towards sky or sun, but to something once drifting at that depth, something it remembered, something it had not quite forgotten how to summon. The ship's log did not mention the spiral, just a note, minor magnetic disturbance, resolved, unclear origin, and they left. No one returned, but the spiral, carved in stone and memory alike, remains untouched, waiting in stillness for the next shape to answer. A box of field journals resurfaced in a university archive after a long overdue cataloguing effort. Most of it was mundane, survey sketches, faded sediment rubbings, sun-warped Polaroids. But one notebook, belonging to a junior paleontologist who had left academia shortly after the expedition, stood out. Its pages were spare, written in ink that bled at the edges, with spiral motifs, drawn again and again, sometimes neatly, sometimes with increasing pressure, as if the pen had been pressed too hard. In the margins were notes, not of fossils, but of time. She'd written of dreams, where trilobites moved not through water, but through a silence so thick it felt like stone, where they did not swim, but followed, slowly, deliberately, as if listening to something older than sound. One entry described a shape she couldn't unsee, not the spiral itself, but a void trailing behind it. Like something left the spiral, she wrote, and the fossils are its wake. She traced the absence over and over, as though the outline of what wasn't there mattered more than the bones that were. She became convinced the trilobites hadn't been drawn to the spiral to die, but to mark, that their alignment was not a consequence, but a message, or a seal. The last page of her journal contained no words, just a final spiral, drawn tighter than the others, its lines denser, pressed until the ink bled through the paper, and in its center, a single dot, not labeled, not explained. She never published her findings. She left her position. No one knows where she went. The university filed the box under unsorted field materials, and forgot it again. But that spiral remains, still faintly etched with pressure, as if even the ink remembered what the fossils could not say. Some years later, a marine artist working on a deep-sea visualization project requested fossil patterns for inspiration. She was sent an unlabeled scan from the Baltic spiral, a top-down rendering of the formation before excavation began. She didn't know what it was. She assumed it was digital noise, or a coral bloom distorted by depth. But something about the shape pulled at her. She traced it, layer by layer, and built it into a visual simulation, not of rock, but of motion. Using particle rendering software, she mapped a slow, clockwise path over the fossil trail, letting imaginary trilobites drift along the curve in unbroken succession. As the simulation looped, she noticed something. The particles began to bunch at the center, not chaotically, but in rhythm. They paused, stalled, then reversed, curling back along the outer edge, not as if repelled, but released. She ran it again, changing nothing. The same pattern emerged, over and over. In each cycle, the curve seemed to tighten, then fracture, as though the spiral wasn't a destination, but a trigger. She shared it with a friend in neurobiology, who saw something stranger still. The pattern, when stripped of context, mirrored the firing cascade of a sleeping brain. The slow inward drift of REM initiation, the sudden pulse of return, the way thoughts loop before waking. He didn't say it aloud, but the implication hung between them. The spiral looked like something that had thought once, or something that had once been thought through. She never published the render. The fossil scan was deleted, accidentally or otherwise. But the simulation remained on her hard drive, set to loop, quietly, forever, spiraling toward a center that never quite stayed still. In an old storage facility near the University of Uppsala, tucked between hydrology charts and outdated seafloor scans, a sealed container, labeled simply Spiral 7, was discovered during a digitization initiative. Inside were audio tapes, analog reels, unmarked, except for a date and a depth reading. They had been recorded during the original Baltic shelf dive, using submersible hydrophones positioned near the fossil site. At first, the team reviewing them assumed the reels held mechanical hum or ambient sea current. Nothing of use, but one technician, trained in underwater acoustics, noticed something beneath the noise. It was quiet. So quiet, it slipped past ordinary frequency bands. Not a sound, but a gap in sound. A recurring absence spaced precisely 77 seconds apart. The technician ran filters, removing background noise, adjusting pitch, layering the timeline into a visual spectrogram. The results were unnerving. Every 77 seconds, a thin vertical silence appeared, sharp-edged, not gradual, like a cut. A moment where water itself stopped registering as water. Not a whale call, not machinery, not decay. A perfect, repeated interruption. He played the cleaned version aloud in the lab, looping it through speakers over the course of several hours. One by one, those working nearby began to report nausea, a pressure behind the eyes. Some left early, claiming they felt watched. The room grew colder, though the thermostat never changed. After the third day, the technician took the reel home and never returned. When someone was sent to check on him, they found the player still running. The loop hadn't stopped, and in his notebook, open on the desk, was a single line written over and over. It wasn't the trilobites that circled the spiral, it was what waited at the center. The museum that briefly housed the extracted trilobites, those removed from the outermost coils of the spiral, noticed a strange pattern in the fossil's condition. Though sealed in climate-controlled displays and encased in inert resin, the outer shell of each specimen began to dull, not from decay or environmental failure, but from within. Under microscope, the pigmentation was fading at a molecular level, not bleaching, not mineral leaching, just softening, like memory eroding. Some of the smaller fragments appeared to shift in structure too, not cracking or breaking, but slowly deforming, as if returning to an earlier state, not through time, but through something more abstract, a forgetting. Alarmed, a conservator ran a spectral scan and found the organic traces still embedded in the fossils were decaying at a rate far above expected. These were Cambrian remains, preserved for hundreds of millions of years, and yet now, after exposure to air and artificial light, they seemed to be losing coherence, not just biologically, but structurally, as though the fossils were withdrawing from the world that had exhumed them. A letter was drafted to the excavation lead, requesting insight. But the lead was unreachable. The institute he'd worked for had long since shuttered its marine division, and the last known address returned unopened mail. The letter was filed and forgotten. Eventually, the museum decommissioned the exhibit. The fossils were placed in cold storage, then moved to off-site containment. When logged for archival, the curator wrote only this in the database notes: stability uncertain, surface tension visible, spiral curvature still present. And in one tray, at the bottom of the coil, a single trilobite had rotated ever so slightly, a shift too small to notice, unless you remembered which direction it used to face. A doctoral student, researching collective animal behavior, stumbled across a low-resolution photo of the Baltic fossil spiral, buried in an old geology textbook. Drawn in by its unnatural symmetry, she began modeling the formation, as if it were the output of living instinct. A schooling pattern, a synchronized death migration, a mass alignment event triggered by environmental stress. Her goal was simple: prove it could happen naturally. She built algorithms based on known trilobite anatomy, movement speed, and population density, feeding the data into a simulation that let them crawl, cluster, respond to environmental cues. But no matter how she adjusted the inputs, predator avoidance, mating drives, solar rhythms, the trilobites never coiled. They scattered, they collided, they buried each other in the silt, but never once did they arrange themselves in that perfect spiral. Frustrated, she added a new variable, an external attractor, invisible, immobile, not coded as a predator or a source of food, just a silent anchor point, a null. With that one addition, the trilobites began to curve, at first randomly, then predictably. Each pass grew tighter, each orbit more synchronized. Within minutes, her model spiraled in 13 exact turns, matching the real fossil record. She sat back from her screen. The attractor had no behavior, no interaction. It didn't emit force, it simply existed, and yet everything moved toward it. Wanavagin to Prehistoric, Onteluzhid. She never published the model. It didn't answer the question she had asked. It only asked another: what was buried at the center of that spiral, so still, so absent, that even the dead turned toward it. A researcher in paleoneurology, studying the structure of extinct arthropod sensory systems, requested high-resolution scans of several trilobite fossils from the spiral's midsection. Her focus wasn't locomotion or shell pattern, it was the eye. Trilobite eyes are among the oldest known visual systems, composed of calcite lenses that fossilize well. These lenses don't decay, they endure. But when she examined the spiral specimens under cross-polarized light, something strange appeared. The lenses, especially in those facing toward the center, showed microscopic fracture patterns not caused by pressure or fossilization stress. Instead, they were aligned, directed outward in a fan-like orientation, as if something had passed through them, not onto them. She overlaid the lens damage with trajectory mapping software. The vectors converged, not on the cavity's location, but beyond it, as if the eyes had all registered something in motion, something approaching, something no longer there. What unsettled her more was that the damage wasn't uniform. It deepened along the spiral's curve, most intense in those facing inward, least in those positioned along the outer edge. The closer the trilobites had come to the center, the more fractured their vision became, as if proximity to the unknown hadn't blinded them all at once, but fractured their ability to see, layer by layer, moment by moment. Not death by trauma, not fossilization by burial, but vision undone by witnessing. She archived her scans, wrote no papers, but in her notes she circled one phrase again and again: optic failure by exposure. The last lens she examined, closest to the spiral's core, showed no fracture, no curve, just a flatness, a polished absence, as if whatever it had seen had not passed through it, but remained. Decades after the original excavation, a children's science magazine mistakenly published an illustration of the Baltic Trilobite spiral. The drawing was colourful, simplified, a whimsical rendering of ancient creatures curled into a giant seashell pattern beneath a bright cartoon ocean. The story was titled, "When Trilobites Danced." It made no mention of the deeper anomalies, the fractures, or the fossilized silence beneath the curve. The piece circulated quietly, delighting young readers, forgotten by researchers, but somewhere, in a quiet Scandinavian town, an elderly man recognized the shape. He had been part of the dive support team, never a scientist, just an operator. His job was ballast calibration and cable maintenance. He'd seen the spiral once, years ago, when the camera feed cut out and the live screen flickered. The image was brief, fuzzy, but the spiral had etched itself in his memory with unnatural precision, not just the curve, but the weight of it, like something too still to be entirely dead. The magazine illustration reawakened something. That night, he pulled out an old journal, flipped past diagrams, past equipment notes, to a single page marked with a trembling hand, a hand-drawn spiral, rendered from memory. Alongside it, a sentence he didn't remember writing. "Don't turn around inside it." He didn't recall what that meant, didn't remember ever descending in person. But for weeks after seeing the magazine, he heard a clicking in his dreams, slow, rhythmic, as if the trilobites were still circling somewhere, just beyond the surface of sleep. He mailed the journal to a university with no return address. No one followed up. The envelope remains in a storage file, unread. The magazine was pulled from shelves 2 months later, without explanation. During a rare equipment calibration dive off the Polish coast, a team of oceanographers launched a new low-frequency mapping drone, capable of reading deep sediment resonance. It wasn't designed for fossils. Its purpose was to detect seismic instabilities beneath the seafloor. But when its path passed within 30 kilometers of the Baltic spiral's last known location, the data shifted. The subsoil vibrational response changed tone, not increased, not decreased, just changed. A soft fluctuation in resonance, the kind usually found in hollows, buried gas pockets, or cavernous rock formations. Except the reading didn't suggest space. It suggested structure. In 3 passes, the drone recorded the same anomaly, a spiral-shaped zone of resonance delay, buried just beneath the fossil site, as though the spiral above mirrored something beneath it, something deeper, more massive. The spiral on the surface was made of fossils, the one below, of density. One technician ran a frequency sweep across the mapped area. The return was inconclusive. The sound came back slightly out of phase, just enough to create interference. But when graphed visually, the interference pattern took shape. A shadow spiral, tilted off-axis from the one above, as if one had been carved in stone, and the other, in echo. They marked it for future study. But the site was never revisited. The project lost funding. The data logs were archived, eventually corrupted. But among the backup files, a corrupted folder still bears the last operational note. 2 spirals, one fossilized, one waiting. Whatever lies below hasn't moved in eons, or perhaps hasn't yet begun. A private conservator, tasked with restoring damaged archival slides, came across a series of photographs, mislabeled as miscellaneous marine deposits, 1973. Most were unremarkable, sand beds, coral growths, routine fossil sites, but among them, a single underexposed frame showed the unmistakable curve of the Baltic Trilobite spiral, though the angle was unfamiliar. This image, unlike the others, appeared to have been taken not from above, but from within the spiral's center. The photograph was slightly tilted, the fossil layers visible on either side, curling upward like the walls of a coiled chamber. What disturbed her most wasn't the formation, but the foreground. In the lower corner of the frame, barely lit by the ROV lamp, lay a shadow that didn't belong, not equipment, not sediment, a shape with no defined edge, darker than the surrounding stone, as if something had absorbed the light itself. It curved inward, following the spiral's turn, and then vanished beyond the photograph's edge. She enhanced the image, increased contrast, sharpened the grain, but the darker region didn't resolve. It only deepened, like a tear in the film. She checked the logbook attached to the slide folder. No record of this angle, no mention of a descent into the spiral. The ROVs used at the time weren't designed to enter such narrow spaces, and yet, someone had taken the photo. She printed it, filed it under anomalies, but she kept a copy above her workbench, always pinned at the same tilt. Sometimes in the quiet hours, she'd catch herself looking toward that corner, that soft curve of darkness curling inward, and feel something in her chest tighten, like a thought forming in a language too old to name. In the final known analysis of the Baltic fossil spiral, a team of sedimentologists published a short, unassuming paper on differential pressure layers. It was dry, technical, focused on compaction ratios, mineral intrusion, and preservation anomalies. But buried in the appendix was a single sentence that drew little attention at the time. Underlying matrix exhibits rotational tension inconsistent with static burial conditions. Rotational tension, as if the stone had twisted, not during formation, but long after it had hardened, as though some slow force had wound through it, like a turning key. The phrase was never elaborated. The paper was quietly archived, and the team disbanded after receiving no further grants. But one member, a quiet postdoctoral researcher with a background in geological acoustics, continued to run personal models late at night, simulating stress patterns in fossil-rich limestone. Her findings were never shared, but her notes, recovered after her passing, contained diagrams that mirrored the Trilobite spiral, not as a structure, but as a pressure event, a coiling compression wave, rippling outward from a fixed center, not tectonic, not seismic, just focused. At the base of her notebook was a final sketch, a spiral uncoiling in reverse. The trilobites no longer aligned with its turn. They broke away from it, scattered, receding, as if the fossil pattern was not only a death path, but a containment, a seal, one that might one day unlock. No one ever returned to the site. The seabed there is quiet now, unvisited, forgotten on maps, but when deep trawling vessels pass overhead, sonar sometimes stutters, not by much, just enough to miss a beat, as if something far below has begun to stir, slow and coiled, dreaming in stone. Deep in the sunless trench of the Mariana abyss, where no light travels and pressure folds steel like paper, a remotely operated vehicle drifted across the seafloor in search of tectonic scar tissue. What it found instead was vertical. Rising from the silt in uneven rows stood structures that resembled stalks, not rock, not coral, but something softer, more deliberate. They weren't alive, they didn't move, but their shape was unmistakably biological. Long tapering columns, some as thick as a thigh, others narrow as a finger, all rooted in the sediment, like trees in a drowned forest, and they bent, gently, as if frozen mid-sway. At first the team believed they were mineral extrusions, oddities of chemistry and time, but when the ROV's sampling arm sheared one open, the internal texture was clear, fibrous, layered, cartilage, not fossilized, preserved. The pressure at that depth should have destroyed any structure so soft. No vertebrate remains, even armored, had ever survived in that part of the trench. Yet here they stood, a grove of skeletal tendons, arranged like pylons in a forgotten cathedral. Some leaned toward each other, bowed as if in ritual. Others spiraled upward, forked at the tips. A few bore striations, like the growth rings of trees. But they weren't wood, they weren't bone, and they weren't human. Tissue analysis revealed no collagen, no DNA. Whatever these things once were, their biology had passed beyond taxonomy. The ocean had preserved them not as life forms, but as gestures, as if something once knelt here, and time held the shape. In the days that followed the discovery, the research team launched a grid sweep to map the extent of the formation. The stalks continued for nearly 3 kilometers, not scattered, but arranged, not in straight lines, but in a kind of flow, a curvature difficult to detect from the ground. Only when the full layout was viewed from overhead did the pattern emerge, a vast elliptical spiral, subtly tightening as it wound toward the center of the trench's deepest fold. No two columns were identical, but they leaned at consistent angles, each tilted just slightly toward the spiral's core, as if pulled by a slow, ancient gravity. The ROV's cameras caught other oddities. Tiny filaments, long and translucent, clung to some of the structures, too fine to be worms, too regular to be debris. One pulse of light from the submersible's flood beam sent them vibrating in unison, then still again. Sensors recorded no current. The ocean at this depth was still, and yet something had moved. Chemical testing on the stalks revealed high concentrations of vanadium and iodine. Not impossible, but unusual in organic matter. More unusual was the texture beneath the outer layer. Microscopic ridges, like waveguides, ran along the inner wall of each stalk, the same pattern seen in some auditory structures of deep-sea fish. As if these columns were built not to stand, but to listen, or to transmit. One researcher, alone in the recording lab late one night, replayed the vibration footage at extreme speed. The filament's movement, sped up 6,000 times, resembled a language, not speech, not pattern, just rhythm, like something had spoken once, through cartilage, through stillness, and the forest hadn't stopped echoing. The expedition's lead biologist began to experience headaches, not sharp but persistent, a pressure behind the temples that only eased when she stepped away from the sonar lab. At first she attributed it to fatigue, hours spent parsing signal decay and cross-referencing sonar anomalies. But the symptoms grew stranger. Whenever she studied the spatial layout of the cartilage structures, she felt disoriented, not seasick. She knew that sensation well. This was different, like standing in a room whose walls were slowly tilting, imperceptibly, and whose center of gravity had quietly moved. Out of desperation or curiosity, she converted the trench's 3D scan into an auditory spectrum, assigning each column a tone based on size and angle. The result wasn't music, it wasn't even sound. It was a dense field of silence punctuated by occasional warbles, long low moans that bent and dipped without rhythm. But within the chaos, she noticed one phrase repeating, a 4-note contour that rose and fell, then fell again. It showed up at regular intervals, always the same pattern, always, from the same quadrant of the trench. She ran the sequence past a linguistics AI, designed for cetacean song. It returned no result. She tried converting it back into image, and there it was again, a curve, not a sine wave, a spiral, tighter at the bottom, widening toward the mouth of the trench. The same shape the columns followed, a shape the team hadn't carved, hadn't mapped, hadn't imagined, but one that was always there, buried in frequency, folded in tissue, vibrating just below perception. She deleted the file, not because she was afraid of what it meant, but because she feared what might finish the phrase if she let it play to the end. The sonar team, reviewing depth returns in the hours after the second dive, noticed a flaw in the signal maps, not a gap, but a soft warping, as if the trench had briefly stretched, before snapping back into stillness. Sonar doesn't bend, it reflects, but these returns looked like rubber, pulsed wide and pulled thin for less than a second across a kilometer of trench floor. It corresponded exactly to the moment the ROV crossed into the densest part of the cartilage field. The stalks had remained motionless. The video showed no shift, but the math said the trench had moved. Not the ground, but the measurement of ground, as though the space inside had briefly become longer than itself. One technician proposed a thermal updraft, another suggested software latency. Both were ignored. The operator saved the map and printed it in grayscale, pinning it above his desk. At night when the lights were low, the warping resembled a spiral. Not a perfect one, but a hesitation, a turn almost made, almost begun, then swallowed. Back on the seabed, the ROV passed near one of the taller structures. Its camera caught a moment of interference. Just one frame, gone as soon as it appeared. But when paused, that frame showed something inside the stalk, a filament, suspended not like muscle, but like a listening wire, curved toward the sub as though waiting to hear what came next. The pilot never saw it, the feed never glitched again, but the shape stayed. The lab footage was silent, the kind of silence that settles after the sound has been removed, rather than never recorded. The ROV's lights swept through the forest again, slow, cautious, reverent, and for a brief stretch, the stalk seemed to lean closer. No motion was detected, no current registered, but the alignment was different, not random, not organic. Every stalk along the submersible's left flank now bent at the same angle, as though oriented to the vessel's arrival. They weren't reacting, they were waiting. Closer inspection showed that each structure bore rings, concentric ridges etched faintly into their surfaces, too subtle to notice in motion, too regular to be growth. Not age lines, not erosion, just spacing. One intern in the lab jokingly called them grooves, like the grooves of a record. Another laughed and said they looked more like tuning lines. The joke didn't last. Later that night, a spectrogram specialist, running sound through vibration modeling, fed a low hum through the footage and watched the waveform shift, not on the audio feed, but on the screen itself. The light on the stalks flickered in sync with the tone, just once, just briefly. Then silence again. She tried it again at a slightly higher frequency. The lights on the stalks didn't respond, but for 4 seconds the camera refused to focus on the center of the screen, not blurred, repelled. As if the lens could no longer agree on what was being seen. The footage remained intact, the memory less so. They tried sampling one of the smaller columns, one of the stalks that had splintered under its own weight and lay partially buried near the trench's edge. The ROV's arm reached down with surgical care, slicing a fragment clean from its midsection and sealing it in a pressurized core. The material was soft at first, yielding to the blade like aged tendon, but once separated, it stiffened, not like decay, like defense, as though the structure recognized disconnection and responded by hardening. The specimen, under isolation, became something else. Resinous, glass-like, no longer biological but not yet mineral. Back at the surface lab, it refused to respond to analysis. Heat caused it to fog. Cold made it ring faintly against its chamber. When bombarded with electron scans, it pulsed, faintly and rhythmically, inside its opaque core, though no light was visible to the eye. The technician assumed equipment failure. He reran the test, same pulse, same timing. The interval matched the drone's movement pattern during descent, as if the fragment remembered the approach, the touch, the severing. They left it sealed, buried it in gel, and logged it without classification. But 3 nights later, the same technician returned to the lab alone. He opened the storage chamber, not to test it again, but to listen. He swore later he heard a tone rising faintly from the sealed vessel, not mechanical, not musical. A vibration in the jaw, not the ear. He stayed for hours, unmoving, until dawn washed the lab in artificial light. He left the building without taking the fragment. But in his absence, the chamber fogged from the inside, then cleared, and the pulse stopped. After the incident in the lab, the research team halted all physical sampling and shifted fully to observation. The next dive took place under strict protocols. No contact, no interference, no vibration above a certain threshold. The ROV descended with its lights dimmed, cameras filtered, and sonar limited to passive mode. Still, as it approached the outer perimeter of the trench forest, the readings began to fail, not catastrophically, just subtly wrong. Depth sensors fluctuated by a meter, then corrected. Heading indicators showed impossible angles, momentarily suggesting the submersible was tilted backward, while visibly level. Then the lights caught something new. At the base of several pillars were impressions in the silt. Not craters, not drag marks, just shallow, crescent-shaped depressions, each perfectly placed beneath the curve of a stalk, as though something had once knelt there, or leaned in, or listened. The team argued over possible causes: settling, pressure shifts, perhaps even soft coral collapse. But the spacing was too regular, and the depth too even. Every depression mirrored the next in size and arc, as if traced by the same unseen shape, replicated again and again. The ROV rotated slowly, and in its final sweep across the grove, a larger depression was found at the center of the field, circular, wide, flat-bottomed, no shell, no bones, just the suggestion of something vast that had once rested there and gone. Nothing stirred. But for a moment, the cameras shook, not from turbulence, but from something deeper, like the submersible had been seen, and measured, and deemed not worth answering. The footage from the dive was reviewed frame by frame, over the course of several days. Most of it was as expected: slow pans across bent structures, silt hanging like smoke in the water, the gentle drift of the submersible's shadow along the sea floor. But buried near the end, just after the final sweep of the grove, was a single frame that no one remembered capturing. It came between two camera adjustments. No transition, no motion blur, just one still image inserted, like a breath held too long. In that frame, the forest was different. The pillars leaned more deeply. The light reflected along their surfaces showed striations that weren't visible before, spirals etched into the cartilage, faint and wide, wrapping upward. They hadn't been there on the live feed, and in the center of the frame, where the clearing had been flat, a small shape had appeared, a ridge no taller than a man's chest, pale, coiled, not a structure, not a creature, just the beginning of something circular, the spiral again, not drawn, not built, rising. When the team returned to the surrounding footage, the shape was gone, no disturbance, no silt displaced, no change in lighting. The clearing was empty once more, but the timecode confirmed the frame. It hadn't glitched. It had been recorded. A note was added to the log: unknown anomaly, possibly artifact. But one technician, quiet and methodical, printed the frame and pinned it to the wall beside the dive schedule. Over time, he noticed the ink faded faster than the others. Just that frame, just that shape, as if the spiral didn't want to be seen twice. The next dive never reached the seafloor. 200 meters above the trench rim, the submersible stalled. Not from engine failure, not from current. The pressure gauges were stable. The system diagnostics clean, but the vessel refused to descend. Its descent thrusters engaged, but the machine hung motionless in the water, as if held, not lifted. Held, for 9 minutes, it hovered in open water, with no explanation. The pilot reported no resistance, just a sense that down had been postponed. Meanwhile, the sonar system lit up. A field of returns began to appear across the feed, not beneath the sub, but beside it. Not one echo, but many. Hundreds of vertical forms rising into the water column, far above the trench. No organic shapes, just columns. Soft returns, evenly spaced, climbing from the trench like spires or spindles or ribs. They weren't there before, and when the sonar was rebooted, they were gone again. But in that span, something else occurred. The ambient sound dropped, not in volume, but in shape. The usual deep-sea groan, tectonic murmur, distant pressure shifts, went flat. The water fell into a quiet that wasn't silence, but subtraction. The pilot described it as standing in a hallway, just after someone shuts the door, not alone, just no longer invited. When the submersible finally descended, the stalks were unchanged, still, bent, patient. But the logs registered a spike in magnetometer readings the moment the spiral clearing came into view. One sharp arc, like a compass trying to find north and discovering it had moved. The ROV's return to the clearing was uneventful. On the surface, the spiral depression at the center remained undisturbed, its curves barely visible beneath the thinnest skin of silt. But the light from the submersible's lamps behaved differently. Not flickering, not feeling, just delayed. Each sweep of illumination felt like it arrived half a second late, as if space itself had thickened, and light had to remember where to land. The operators didn't speak of it at first, but the footage, when replayed, confirmed the dissonance. Shadows bent slightly to the left of the objects casting them. The stalks, caught in the wash of artificial light, gleamed along their rear edges instead of their fronts. It was as if the forest didn't agree with the direction light was supposed to travel. Then came the tonal interference. The ROV's passive acoustic mic picked up a vibration, low, constant, and almost perfectly stable. It wasn't sonar, it wasn't environmental, it didn't modulate or echo. It simply held, one long note with no beginning, as if it had always been there, too deep to be heard until now. Spectrograms revealed nothing. The waveform was flat, not silent, but featureless, like listening to a hum that had forgotten how to stop. And then, in the last 5 minutes of footage, the stalks shifted, not all, just 3, near the spiral's edge. A barely perceptible lean, no more than a few degrees, all tilting toward the sub. No current, no propulsion, just the faintest gesture, as if something beneath the forest had taken its breath. A week after the last dive, the team's lead image analyst returned to the footage with new software, an experimental enhancement tool designed for polar terrain mapping, capable of resolving faint surface inconsistencies in satellite shadow scans. He applied it to the forest footage, out of curiosity, not expectation, but once the filter was run across the spiral clearing, the algorithm lit up. The silt, which had appeared smooth and untouched, held texture invisible to the naked eye, not grooves, not erosion marks, impressions, dozens of them, thin, irregular, arranged in arcs like the overlapping tread of something soft dragging itself in slow, concentric paths. The trails spiraled outward, and always began from the same central point, the depression at the center of the clearing. He mapped the paths backward, layering frame after frame from the earlier dives. The pattern grew clearer. Each new dive had added a few more lines, not random, sequential, like something had moved slowly, invisibly, between visits, leaving behind only the subtlest record of its passage. The analyst didn't report the finding. Instead, he plotted the next projected arc. If the movement continued, the spiral would eventually reach the forest's perimeter, and after that, the rise. He folded the data into a private file and labeled it with a single phrase, still turning. No one else saw what he saw, but in the following week, during power outages and hard drive backups, a soft static began to hum faintly from one terminal. It was rhythmic, intermittent, and though no one ever traced its source, it followed the spiral's cadence exactly. The final report submitted to the Oversight Board was brief, clinical, and incomplete. It noted only that further exploration of the trench's structural anomalies yielded no conclusive biological findings, and recommended indefinite suspension of the dive series. But buried in the metadata of the report's draft folder was an earlier version, never printed, never signed. It contained a paragraph that did not appear in any official communication. It described a moment during the third descent, when the submersible's interior temperature dropped by 4 degrees in under a minute. Despite full environmental stability, the pilot had felt it first, a pressure in the teeth, not unlike deep sinus compression, followed by a sensation he could only describe as the opposite of vertigo. Not dizziness, a pull, inward. The pilot didn't panic, he logged it. But what unsettled him came later, when he reviewed his camera footage. There was a timestamp loop, one frame repeated 4 times in succession, despite the time code advancing. The visual appeared normal, the stalk swaying imperceptibly in the currentless dark. But when he laid the frames atop one another, the stalks didn't line up. They had changed positions between identical timestamps, by millimeters. Some leaned closer. One had shifted its base entirely. The team dismissed it as compression error, but he wasn't convinced. He had printed one of the frames, hung it beside his workstation, and stared at it for days. Then one morning, he removed it, shredded it without a word, and turned in his resignation. His exit letter was just 2 sentences long. I don't believe the forest is made of cartilage. I believe it's what's left behind when something leaves. The sample chamber containing the hardened cartilage fragment remained sealed in cold storage for weeks. It was visited daily, monitored for degradation, photographed under controlled lighting. At first, it behaved like any other biological relic, stable, inert. But on the 43rd day, the lab's passive vibration sensors registered a pulse, not from the environment, from within the chamber. It wasn't a tremor, it was too focused. The vibration came in a tight, narrow band, localized entirely to the specimen. It lasted 12 seconds. Then nothing. When the footage was replayed, the moment appeared visually undramatic. The specimen simply existed, as it had. But on enhanced playback, the glass of the chamber caught a brief condensation bloom, not from heat, but from pressure imbalance, as if the fragment had exhaled. The technician on shift at the time wrote it off as equipment shift. But that night, while reviewing stills, she noticed a distortion. One of the photographs, taken the day prior, showed the interior lattice of the specimen, illuminated in a way the lighting didn't allow. The glow came from the inside, faint, threaded, spiraled. She didn't mention it. She printed the image, marked the timestamp, and filed it under her personal notes. The next morning, the chamber temperature had risen by 0.5 degrees without instruction. Not enough to trigger alarms. Just enough to make it feel aware. That same day, a new line appeared in the specimen's tracking software, unprompted. It read, "Listening." No one admitted to typing it. The log showed no input, but the message never disappeared. A junior researcher, brought on to re-index the expedition data, began mapping the timestamps of the forest's anomalous vibrations, the silent pulses, the sonar slips, the changes in light and tilt. At first, the entries appeared scattered, but after 2 nights without sleep, she aligned the events not by date, but by location, latitude, depth, distance from the spiral clearing. What emerged was a shape, a spiral, wide and slow, curving outward in 15 measured intervals, not fossilized, not physical, temporal. Each anomaly had occurred just outside the last, never overlapping, always growing, as if something were unwinding, slowly, through space and time at once. She brought the pattern to her supervisor, who dismissed it. Pareidolia, wishful recursion. He warned her not to speculate. But later that evening, alone in the lab, she overlaid the spiral on a depth chart of the trench. It fit perfectly. The final arc would reach the trench's western slope within weeks. After that, the shelf. After that, the continental slope. She didn't tell anyone, but she changed the login password for the ROV control terminal to a phrase she hadn't meant to think. "It is not coming up, we are drifting down." That night, the deep water sensor array pinged once, an unscheduled pulse. No dive had been launched. No equipment was active. Yet the signature matched the ROV's thruster pattern, as though something had mimicked its descent. The timestamp was marked. The system logged the event and moved on, but the spiral had grown, and it was still turning. The final footage recovered from the trench was never meant to be recorded. A maintenance ROV, launched during a scheduled system calibration, drifted too low. Its depth limit was hard-coded, but the vessel passed through the lower boundary without triggering an alert. No one noticed until hours later, when the feed thought dormant appeared on a dormant monitor, flickering faint green. The image was untagged. No ID, no timestamp, just a camera, active, moving slowly through the trench forest, in complete silence. The pillars had changed, not in position, but in form. Some had split along their length, revealing hollow cores that pulsed faintly with bioluminescent residue. Others had fallen, and where they cracked, inner filaments spilled outward like threads of spun glass, curling upward in slow motion, weightless in the pressureless dark. In the center, the spiral clearing was no longer bare. Something stood there, not a form, a suggestion, an outline in negative space, where light refused to land. The feed glitched once, just enough for a single frame to freeze. In that frame, The spiral surrounding the clearing was no longer made of stalks. It was made of concentric ridges pressed into the seafloor itself, as though the cartilage had merely been scaffolding, temporary, waiting to collapse and reveal what was truly beneath. A shape not fossilized, not born, a coil that had always existed, and which the sea had only now made visible again. The ROV never resurfaced. No data was logged after that frame. But the lights in the lab dimmed for exactly 13 seconds. No one touched the controls, nothing rose from the trench, and yet, something vast was now awake. The Tasman Rise was a place the sea had long since abandoned to stillness. There was no drama in its topography, no crags or valleys to promise discovery. It was a quiet shelf, a flat hush in the map between the livid coastlines of southern Australia and the plunging voids that slipped toward the Antarctic depths. Survey teams had crossed it countless times, gliders, drones, and ROVs humming overhead, like birds that refused to land. Their sensors noted sediment, currents, pressure, and little else. No anomalies, no temperature blooms, just a silence that felt earned, as though the place had seen too much too long ago to bother showing anything now. But silence does not mean absence, and stillness does not mean sleep. It began with a flicker, not one visible to the eye, not in real time. It came later, in the archive review room, as a technician named Soren sifted through side-scan sonar data and noticed a strange consistency in the noise. A pulse, soft, rhythmic, far too deep to register as a signal, yet too even to be geological. It repeated every 91 seconds, not exact, but close. It came from the same quadrant of the rise, always just beneath the layer of sediment the maps had labeled as unremarkable. Curious but unconvinced, Soren logged a note. He marked the coordinates and flagged it for acoustic review, standard protocol. Then he moved on. The second flicker came from video. A drone, low and sluggish with age, passed over the same area 3 days later. Its hull lights were dimmed to conserve power, casting a weak amber glow over a silt plain too smooth to hold attention. But when the footage was reviewed, frame by frame, there was a moment, barely a second, when the sediment brightened from below, not in a flash, but in a slow pulse, like frost touched by firelight. It came from beneath the silt, deep enough to be blurred, close enough to be real. Then it vanished. Soren requested a rerun, privately, quietly. There was no budget for mystery, and no one wanted to defend intuition in a report. But he knew what he saw, and more importantly, he knew what he didn't see: life. There was no coral in that zone, no algae, no fauna capable of light, and yet something glowed, something ancient enough to be buried, yet still willing to respond. The second drone went in silent, descending with its arms pulled tight, and its cameras muted, until it reached the marked depth. This time the pilot used a soft brush attachment, one designed not to dig, but to sweep. Like clearing dust from bone, the brush traced a small arc through the sediment. It didn't take much. The sand parted like old ash, curling up in strands before settling again, and beneath it, rows of shells. They weren't large, no bigger than a palm, flattened like ammonites, ridged with a spiraling curve that mirrored the mollusks common to shallow prehistoric seas. At first glance, they looked fossilized, grey, solid, encased, but their edges weren't crumbled, their ridges were intact. They looked placed, not buried, preserved without the violence of time, and they all faced the same direction. Then the light returned. It didn't come in a flash, but in a blooming ripple, one shell, then another, as if responding to the movement above. The glow came from within the seam, pulsing outward in pale concentric rings, not chemical, not planktonic. There were no living tissues left in the cores, no membranes, no fluorescence. The light emerged not from life, but from memory. Each pulse came slower than the last, then stopped altogether, leaving behind only stillness. Soren and the others didn't speak for several minutes. They brushed further, revealing more of the field. The shells continued, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, disappearing beneath a slight rise in the sediment. Some were clustered tightly, others stood apart, but none were broken, none scattered. It was not a graveyard, it was a gathering, and every shell pulsed once, when touched by the drone's light, then fell dormant again. They tried sonar sweeps, no response. They tried low-frequency vibration, stillness. But when the drone settled just above the center of the formation, the shells began to respond without prompting. One by one, the pulses returned, soft, coordinated, spiraling from the outer edge inward. A path, a rhythm. Each shell lit only once, then another, always in the same direction. They weren't reacting, they were performing. The sediment beneath them showed no signs of erosion, no recent disturbance. Whatever had placed them, or whatever had moved them, had done so long before the currents had hardened into habit. The glow was not persistent. It wasn't heat, it wasn't signal, but it knew when it was seen, and it refused to flicker without audience. Sorin played the footage back at 10 times speed. The pulses made a pattern, not in space, but in time. A spiral of light curling inward, stopping at a single shell in the center that never responded. That shell was wider than the rest, with deeper grooves and a thickened lip. It had no visible damage, but its surface was stained darker than the others, oxidized, perhaps, or simply old in a way that the sea no longer remembers how to measure. They attempted retrieval. The drone extended its arm. The moment the claw touched the shell's edge, every other shell went dark, not dim, not dormant, off. A single flash rippled across the field like the last twitch of something dying. The light did not return. Sorin ordered the claw to retract. They hovered there, silent, for another 3 hours, watching, hoping the shells might return to motion, to light, to rhythm. But the glow remained gone, as if some clock had struck its final hour, as if they had stumbled into a ceremony that was not meant to be interrupted. Back on the ship, the data was archived, the footage reviewed, the findings noted in cautious terms. Photoluminescent anomaly, sediment-stabilized shell matrix, fossil alignment with unknown energy trace. Enough to file, not enough to fund. Sorin didn't sleep that night. He sat in the darkened lab, replaying the final pulse again and again, watching how the shells didn't resist, how they didn't hide, how they only performed until touched, how they stopped when asked for more. He began to suspect the light wasn't a defense, it wasn't a signal, it wasn't a remnant of biology, it was a memory, a pattern so old it had forgotten why it began. But when disturbed, it remembered the shape of its final breath, and in remembering, it knew it had to stop. The shell field was logged, archived, and left behind in favor of better-funded trenches. That stretch of the Tasman rise returned to its quiet cartographic blankness, mapped but unstudied, understood only in the way paper understands the shape of a coastline. Sorin didn't file for a return permit. No one did. The glow hadn't recurred, and under scrutiny, the phenomenon lost what little patience the world had for strangeness, without answers. But in a lab tucked inside a repurposed coastal radar station, the data remained. And Sorin, once the drone technician, now the archivist of a thing no one wanted to remember, began to notice something new. He'd taken to watching the footage at abnormal speeds, not just faster, but layered, overlaying pulses from separate scans across multiple dive logs. With the right filters, the light mapped itself into a spiral again, not just spatially, temporally. Each shell's glow was staggered across intervals too precise to be spontaneous, and when slowed to a crawl, the flashes revealed faint discolorations on the seabed, tiny darkened grooves, as if the shells had spun in place long ago, scoring the silt beneath their resting forms. They weren't resting, they were anchored. More footage revealed that even when the shells lay motionless, a shimmer of refracted pressure occasionally flared around them, not visible, measurable, a pressure shadow, like heat rising from stone. Some reacted only when the drone light swept over them, others only during sonar pings, but all responded at least once. It was as though the seabed itself remembered the presence of something that had passed by long ago, and the shells were waiting in its after-image. One evening, Sorin adjusted the spatial coordinates in the simulation software, not to account for the field, but to center it around the largest shell. When he rotated the field 17 degrees clockwise, a new pattern emerged. The other shells aligned along faint arcs, a kind of fossilized circuitry spiraling outward in nested rings. At its center was a shape that couldn't be explained by biology, a gap, a geometry of intention. There were no predators, no reef, no environmental trigger, but the shells had been placed with purpose, not survival, not reproduction. Arrangement. The pattern matched no known behavior. It wasn't migratory, it wasn't reproductive, but it resembled something Soren had once seen on a sonar test of acoustic mirrors, structures that amplified sound through curved placement. He ran simulations using low-frequency tones from the original dive, pushing them through a modeled reconstruction of the field. The shells answered, not in volume, not in echo, but in the shape of the return. The waveform didn't bounce, it curled, tightening inward with every shell it passed. The sound didn't reflect, it was absorbed, bent into itself like water into a whirlpool, not just a field, a funnel. Soren filed the test as a private entry. No institution would approve speculative acoustics based on an anomaly buried in dust. But late one night, he sent the waveform into the simulation one last time, then increased the amplitude, by a fraction. One shell lit up, not in simulation, in footage, not in the center, near the edge. It glowed for 11 seconds, then it stopped. There was no trigger on file for that moment, no sonar, no light, no motion. But the footage recorded it all the same. A shell buried beneath sediment for untold centuries had remembered its pulse at the exact moment the simulation whispered something that sounded just familiar enough. Soren didn't sleep after that. He returned to the shell samples, fragments collected during the first dive, stored in pressurized tanks under inert gas. One was intact, chipped slightly along its edge but sealed in a transparent resin block. Under microscope, it showed none of the microbial residue expected in fossil preservation. The inner spiral glowed faintly under polarized light, not colored, but shadowed, like a silhouette, remembering the thing that once cast it. There was no organic material, no proteins, just a ridged lattice, like the mineral memory of something soft long dissolved. He took a laser vibrometer and aimed it at the shell's curve. Silence. Then on the third sweep, a harmonic flutter, too high to hear, too sharp to be drift. A standing wave. Something inside the shell was still echoing. He didn't rerun the test. He sealed the resin block again and placed it in the archive freezer. But the next morning, the vibration monitors in the lab, passive, untouched, unpowered, had logged a single spike. Just one. A 10-second oscillation. Perfectly smooth, perfectly curved. Soren didn't file that either. Instead, he printed a map of the Tasman rise and marked the site in red. Then with a pen, he began drawing arcs, circles, widening, tightening, spiraling. He mapped where the light had first appeared, then where the pulses repeated. He connected them through time, not just space. And what emerged was not a radial expansion. It was a path, a turning, a gesture. He drew the shape 12 times before he got it to fit. At its core, always the same thing. Not a shell, not a structure, a void. The shells weren't a life form, they were a record, and the record had been waiting to be played. Later that week, the drone logs recorded another spike. No dive had occurred, no equipment had been powered, but one shell registered as active in the system. It blinked twice, then stopped. The timestamp matched the moment Soren entered the lab. He stood in the dark, watching the footage, the cold blue light flickering across the glass of his terminal. They weren't fossils anymore. They were responding, and they remembered what they were listening for. The research station above the Tasman rise had no name. It wasn't a permanent installation, only a composite of borrowed equipment and quiet favors stitched together by grants too small to draw attention. Soren worked mostly alone now, not because he was unwelcome among colleagues, but because he had stopped trying to convince anyone that the shells weren't dead. There was nothing to argue. The footage was clear, the pulses were measurable, the silence they left in their wake was real, physical, even resonant. Still, without the language to explain the phenomenon in safe terms, without taxonomies or causality or precedent, the glow remained an echo in the dark, the kind of thing science folds into footnotes and grants dismiss as interference. But the shells were changing. Not all of them. Not dramatically. Just enough to be noticed by someone who had watched them too long. In the latest footage, 2 shells near the outermost arc appeared to have shifted. Their positions were nearly identical, but when the overlay was matched against the earlier grid, the distance between them had narrowed. The sediment around them showed no signs of disturbance, no trace of drag or collapse, but the space had altered, not just between the shells, but between the way light landed on them. The shadows were slightly different. The ridges caught the camera at new angles. Something had moved, or something had remembered how it had once been arranged. Soren compared each pulse, recorded since the first dive. The frequency curve was never perfectly identical, but one shell, always the same one, carried a tail in its return wave. A long, slow taper that didn't register in any of the others. It wasn't sound. It wasn't signal. It was decay, as if the shell still hummed after the others fell silent. He began referring to it privately as the key, not because it opened anything, but because everything else in the formation seemed to orient around it, the way flocks pivot around a single bird who never turns. He simulated another sweep, running artificial sonar pings through the original shell pattern. This time, he shifted the pulse origin from the center to the edge, and reversed the flow. When the curve passed over the field in reverse spiral, 6 shells responded. Not with light, but with a subtle tilt in the energy gradient, barely there, almost imagined. But the model captured it. 6 locations, all forming a line that curved outward like a tendril reaching into space. He mapped it. Then he mapped the next. And what he found wasn't a single spiral, but several, nested like clockwork, one inside another, all of them incomplete. All of them bent in the same direction. They didn't mark a burial. They marked a path. Later that night, while adjusting the gain on a deep water hydrophone anchored near the shelf's drop-off, Soren noticed a sound. He had run the equipment 1,000 times, and the sea always sounded the same, a low, sustained hush of motion, deep and heavy. But now there was a break in that hum, a notch so thin it couldn't be called silence, but which interrupted the frequency like a missing tooth in the comb. It repeated every 91 seconds. He checked the logs. The anomaly matched the rhythm of the earliest shell pulses. He rechecked the old data. The absence had always been there, but only now, after 3 simulations and 1 physical test, did it begin to rise in amplitude. It was not growing louder, it was growing clearer, as if the sea was being slowly hollowed by a pattern too deep to register in full, but now rising, like a structure buried beneath the silt, clearing its own edges. The next morning, he returned to the pressure chamber where the sealed shell fragment had been stored. The glass was intact, the environment unchanged. But the shell's internal ridges, previously inert under polarized light, now shimmered with a fine film of mineral haze that hadn't been there before. Not fluid, not oil, something granular, like dust released from within. He didn't open the chamber. He simply watched it, then turned the lights off. In the dark, for 6 seconds, the ridges glowed. They did not flare. They did not burn. They glowed the way a fingerprint glows on glass when breathed upon, the way a long-held object releases warmth into the air, even after it's left behind. He turned the lights back on. The glow vanished. It returned only in darkness. He replayed footage from the most recent seabed scan, and in one corner of the frame, a space always outside the grid, he noticed a subtle brightness. At first he assumed backscatter, a misfire from the drone's LED. But when adjusted, the frame revealed a new form, not a shell, a ridge, curved, larger than the rest, half buried, nearly indistinguishable from rock. It didn't glow, but the sediment around it held a faint discoloration, as if the light had once come from it, and never quite forgot how. The shell formation was not complete. It had been a map all along, and what it mapped was not the ocean floor, but the mouth of something much larger, a structure, a mechanism, a memory. The shells were arranged not like fossils, but like filaments, components in a listening array that had waited too long for sound to return. He ran one last test. He simulated a low-frequency sweep in a tightening spiral, rotating from the perimeter inward, adjusting phase in micro-intervals to mirror the direction the shells had aligned. He fed the result into the vibration table, holding the sealed fragment. And this time, the shell responded not with light, not with sound, but with silence. The table's sensors went dead. The room's electrical hum flattened. For 21 seconds, everything in the lab held still, including Soren, who stood unmoving, unable to tell if it was fear or gravity that pinned him in place. When the vibration returned, the shell pulsed once, a single flare. Dim, precise. And then it fractured, not cracked or shattered, but opened, like a book no one knew could be read. Inside, there was no creature, no pearl, just another spiral, smaller, more perfect, etched deep into the inner wall, a spiral not made by nature, but by intention, a design. The light inside it faded after that. The shell closed again, the ridges dulled, but in the chamber logs, a timestamp had been added without prompt. No keyboard had been touched. No input made. It read, 412, sequence recognized. He didn't know what the sequence was, or what it meant. Only that something once buried had now begun again, quietly, without permission, as if the sea had been waiting for someone to say the right words in the right shape, not in voice, but in echo. For 2 days, the lab remained silent. No new pulses. No shifts in the simulation grid. The shells stayed still in the footage. The sealed fragment in the pressure chamber dulled to its former opacity. Soren sat alone, cycling through acoustic maps of the rise, trying to identify what had changed, if anything had changed, or if the sequence had simply ended. The timestamp still blinked in the corner of the log screen. 412, sequence recognized. But no follow-up line appeared. No response. It lingered like a half-heard sentence. The kind you replay in your mind for days, convinced you missed a word that would have explained the whole thing. On the third night, the monitors captured a new anomaly. The hydrophone, left idling in passive mode beneath the research station, registered a shift. It wasn't a pulse, it was subtraction. A narrow-band slice of background oceanic noise went missing. Not silenced, not absorbed, erased. A smooth notch pulled cleanly from the middle of the sea's breath. Then, 11 minutes later, another notch appeared. A different frequency, a different depth. Soren plotted the pattern. It formed a spiral, not a perfect one, not yet, but a slow curling path across the frequency spectrum, coiling inward. The sea, it seemed, had begun to echo in shape. He returned to the shell field footage, reprocessing it with a new visual pass, a deep field polarization filter, typically used in high-altitude atmospheric imaging. The sediment, lit like old ash beneath a veil of frost. Beneath the shells, invisible in the standard footage, were rings, pressed into the seafloor, shallow, layered like growth lines in bone. They didn't match any known current. They weren't geological. Each shell had spun, just once, before settling, not adrift, aligned, as if they had all turned in recognition of something before being buried again by time. The field wasn't fossilized chaos. It was a disk. He rotated the mapped shells 47 degrees along a vertical axis, and saw what he had never seen before, a pattern of density, not visual, a weighted alignment, like a tuning fork embedded into the rise. The light pulses had merely been responses. The real shape had always been beneath. That night, the lab's backup power flickered, only for a moment, just long enough to drop the lighting and activate the emergency glow of the chamber's failsafe. Soren rushed to the shell fragment, but it remained unchanged. No cracks, no movement. Would Dufferin tell Benubel? But the temperature in the case had risen exactly 1 degree. The log now held a second line, 413, response accepted. He hadn't entered a command. There had been no trigger. He looked at the field map again, and for the first time, it no longer looked like a burial site. It looked like circuitry, not electronic, but acoustic. Fossilized acoustics, structures built not to conduct electricity, but to guide vibration, time, pressure, and perhaps memory. Soren initiated a final simulation. He reversed the frequency spiral and added a third harmonic, derived from the curve of the etched ridges inside the opened shell. It was nothing more than a hunch, a pattern within a pattern. He ran it once, then twice. On the third loop, the pressure chamber trembled, not violently, not visibly, but the internal sensors registered a resonance shift inside the resin-sealed shell, a tone too low to hear, sustained for 7 seconds, followed by silence. Then another timestamp appeared. 4:14, array incomplete. He stared at it for a long time. It didn't mean the system was broken, it meant something was missing. The footage didn't show it, the data didn't explain it, but the shape of the field, the spiraling bed of ancient light, had gaps. 3, to be exact, points where shells should have been, places marked by disturbance, like teeth pulled clean from a jaw. Something had removed them long ago, and if they were gone, where had they been taken? He reviewed extraction records. Only a single shell had ever been officially removed. But early dive footage, badly indexed and missing sensor overlays, showed something else. An unmarked operation, a submersible outside the registered survey schedule. The time code placed it 6 months before the first pulse was recorded. The shell it lifted matched the curve of the missing third in the central spiral. The video ended with static. There was no manifest, no report. But someone else had seen this field before, and they had taken from it. The next morning, the hydrophone registered a new absence, not a frequency, a region. An area of seabed vibration had gone flat, dead, no rumble, no hiss, no motion. As if the shelf itself had turned to glass, it extended outward from the field like a shadow at dawn, wide, curling, reaching. The timestamp updated again, 4:15, listening re-established. He no longer felt alone in the lab. It was not that the shells were alive. It was not that they remembered. It was that the sea beneath them had remembered being heard once, and now, having been addressed in the proper shape, it had begun to reply. The lights dimmed again, not by system failure, just slowly, steadily, as if the room itself were turning towards something vast and old. Sorin stood, no longer watching, just listening. The ocean was not echoing sound. It was echoing shape, and the shells had only ever been the first syllable of a sentence that had never truly ended. East of the Mariana Trench, where the ocean floor becomes a graveyard of ash and silence, there lies a plain so flat and so undisturbed it barely registers on topographic scans. It stretches like a drowned memory, blank and smooth, pressed by the slow weight of thermal collapse. The region had been deemed sterile by every institution that passed it. No reefs, no trenches, no canyons to cradle life, or even remnants of life. Just cooled volcanic debris, layered over centuries, an unbroken surface like a sealed envelope no one had reason to open. It was, by all measures, the most boring place the deep sea had to offer. But boredom is deceptive in the deep, and ash, for all its silence, does not forget. The find came by accident. A survey drone, part of a Japanese seismic drift study, had been rerouted due to a minor tremor along the southern slope. Its assignment was to test sonar dampening in flat terrain, measure echo decay, and report motionlessness. The drone passed quietly over the plain until, without resistance, its skimmer arm brushed something hidden beneath the upper ash layer. The contact was unremarkable, a glancing blow, barely registered by the sensors. But the operator, watching the sediment cloud lift on the screen, noticed something that made him stop breathing for a moment. It wasn't color or shape, it was the texture of the absence. Where the ash had lifted, something smooth and patterned lay exposed beneath. Not rock, not coral, a sweeping arc, nearly 2 meters wide, fanned out in a shallow crescent, uniform, ridged, embedded with fine parallel structures. The drone operator reversed the thrusters. The camera steadied. What they had found was not a mineral formation. It was biological, or it had been. At first the team assumed it was a petrified fan coral, warped by ash pressure into unnatural symmetry. But the further the drone cleaned the surface, the stranger it became. The fan was in fact curved inwards, like a jaw, not hinged but shaped into a long yawning semicircle. Along the inner edge, thousands of tiny fibers rose like teeth, though none were sharp. Each was hollow, tapered, and arranged with mechanical precision. Filters, aligned not for attack, but for capture, not of prey, but of matter, plankton, sediment, microscopic life. But no known filter feeder had ever grown to such scale. The structure bore no sign of muscle anchoring, no hinge, no visible eye socket or skeletal plate to hold it in place. Just the jaw, embedded in a bed of perfectly preserved volcanic ash, its edges curled slightly inward, as though it had once pulsed, drawn breath, or mimicked the act of it. The drone's sonar passed over the structure again, this time sweeping wide to map its immediate surroundings. The ash, previously even, returned a new contour, a subtle depression, spiral in shape, surrounding the jaw's perimeter. The fossil was not alone. It had altered the space around it. Samples of the ash were collected and analyzed aboard the support vessel. They bore traces of faint chemical differentiation, calcium carbonates, yes, but also faint concentrations of lithium and magnesium layered in thin bands, not typical for organic decay, more like the residue of slow exhalation, left behind by something that had released not heat or gas, but a kind of pressure. That pressure, it seemed, had not entirely stopped. The ash surrounding the fossil was compacted far more tightly than expected. It took 3 passes for the drill arm to extract a viable core, and even then, the sample behaved strangely. It cracked not vertically, but horizontally, as though it had grown in layers, not deposited by gravity, but pressed by some internal rhythm, stratified breath, as if the creature beneath had pulsed slowly, invisibly, for years after burial, and the sediment had recorded each motion, like rings in a tree. Inside the vessel's lab, the jaw was reconstructed in digital render. Its arc was perfect. The fibers, though fossilized, displayed an uncanny resilience. Under scanning electron microscopy, they revealed a kind of substructure channels so fine they could have filtered viral particles, woven tighter than any known biological mesh. More than filtration, more than digestion. This had been a tool, a net not only for the sea's contents, but perhaps for its signals. One biologist suggested, half in jest, that it looked like a microphone. The filters didn't end at the edge of the fossil. Traces of them extended into the surrounding ash, fragmented and diffuse, as though they had unraveled post-mortem, or reached outward before decay. The shapes formed faint spirals that curled around the jaw, delicate as gills, faded as whispers. Some of the strands had mineralized differently from the core fossil. They reflected light in strange ways. When exposed to polarized scanning, they shimmered with a dull green iridescence. The shimmer pulsed when the lab lights dimmed, only once, only faintly. The discovery was logged, sealed, and passed along a network of academic contacts. Most dismissed it. The dating made no sense. The surrounding strata placed it in a period far too early for complex filtration systems. Some suggested displacement, others, hoax. But the footage remained, and in frame 74 of the initial survey, the jaw is caught just as the drone passes above it. For a single frame, the fibers along the center arch are lifted, not broken, not bent by current, lifted, as though something inside the fossil had responded. Delayed, yes, but unmistakably reactive. It could have been coincidence, a trick of the ash, a motion already stored in the fibers, disturbed by the drone's pressure. But Sorin, now consulted unofficially due to his work on the Tasman rise, noticed something else. He overlaid the spiral pressure pattern found around the shell field with the new fossil's ash depression. They matched. Not perfectly, but the ratios held. The widening arcs, the spiral growth, the silence at the center. It was as if both formations were part of the same gesture, the same sentence, written in different dialects. He sent no formal reply to the research team, just a single image, the spiral, faint, drawn over the Mariana plain, and beneath it, the words "listening continues." The fossil has not been disturbed since. The jaw remains sealed in its sediment bed, coiled beneath meters of volcanic dust. No new surveys have passed over the area. No official publications have been made, but the footage is still watched, quietly, repeatedly, and always in that same frame. Someone new will pause and say, "I think it moved," and then the screen will flicker, just once, as if the ash still breathes. After the fossil was rediscovered, and its scans passed through a closed circle of specialists. Interest in the region briefly surged, not in public research circles, but in private correspondences. Those low-tone exchanges between paleobiologists and acoustic physicists, who typically occupied separate orbits. Something about the structure gnawed at their definitions. It had the symmetry of biology, but the proportions of design. The fibers were too regular, too ordered, too tuned, and the shape, that wide yawning crescent, looked less like a mouth for consuming food than an apparatus meant for resonance. That word crept in slowly, resonance, whispered at first, then mapped, then reluctantly allowed into field notes. But resonance with what? A team at a coastal facility in Kagoshima recreated a 3D model of the fossil and exposed it to synthetic vibration. Using frequency pulses, derived from known oceanic infrasound, migratory whale song, tectonic shifts, thermal vent cycles, they ran simulations across multiple pitches. Most passed harmlessly over the model. But one narrow band, a low harmonic just under 7 Hz, caused the digital model to deform in subtle but consistent ways, not fracture, not break, bend, as if the fossil, even in its virtual shell, recognized a shape it had once adapted to hear. They chalked it up to coding error. Then they tried the same frequency with the high-resolution scan from the actual sediment bed. Same reaction. The simulation didn't just react, it harmonized. The fossil's open arc began funneling the sound inward, collapsing the wave into a focused pulse that spiraled into its digital core. That same pulse, when converted into a waveform image, matched the shape Soren had sent. News of this correlation never made it into peer-reviewed literature. One of the senior researchers resigned without statement the following month. Far from Japan, at a deep-sea station off the Micronesian coast, a separate team unrelated to the fossil study picked up a strange interference signal from a normally quiet shelf. It wasn't noise. It was silence, complete deadening of sonar return, as if a smooth dome had formed in the water column, absorbing all outbound signals. When mapped, the area of effect matched the same spiral as the fossil's arc, but there was nothing physical in the water. No object, no plume, no reason. Soren watched this development without comment. He was no longer working from the surface stations. His equipment, modified beyond regulation, operated from a borrowed deep-sea lab, an old ballast chamber converted into a listening post. From there he monitored anomalies without broadcasting them. He began referring to the fossil not as an organism, but as an aperture. The term didn't make sense in a biological sense, but in his notes, it recurred again and again. Aperture, something that once opened, not to consume, but to receive. The longer the fossil sat in simulation, the more patterns emerged, not from the fossil itself, but from what it did to the surrounding data. It behaved like a lens. Signals bounced through it were altered, compressed, sometimes clarified. Noise put through its structure emerged with form, like fog shaped by wind. In one experiment, low-frequency sonar was passed through a model of the jaw embedded in simulated ash layers. The output waveform, when visualized, displayed a pulsing curve that resembled the first shell field's echo from Tasman. This caused Soren to revisit the ash samples. Pressed into a transparent slab, the core sample taken from around the fossil was exposed to low vibration, replicating the test sequence. The ash shimmered slightly under polarized light. Then for the first time, it fractured, not chaotically, but in clean curved lines, like cracks forming along pre-existing fault paths. Beneath the surface, a hidden pattern emerged. Rings, faint but geometric, as if the fossil had been exhaling shape into the sediment long after its death. Not as a result of motion, as a result of memory. The fossil was not just fossilized, it was encoded. Another research lab attempted to replicate the structure using synthetic materials. They 3D printed a flexible analog, using polymer mesh, shaping it precisely to the digital scans. When submerged in a test tank and subjected to sweeping frequency tones, the synthetic model produced a curious outcome. One tone, at 6.86 Hz, triggered a pressure drop inside the tank, not a dramatic one, but measurable. For 6 seconds, the water grew fractionally denser. Then the model flexed, just slightly, and returned to rest. The pressure returned to normal. The room's temperature dropped 2 degrees during the test. All monitoring equipment confirmed the drop was not an instrumentation error. The test was never repeated. There was something else. A paleobiologist reviewing the fossil's internal ridge scans found a peculiar anomaly in the layering. Each ridge, arranged concentrically within the moor, was not uniform in mineral composition. The outermost ridges were calcified in standard fashion, but toward the center, the composition changed, moving from calcite to trace metals in ratios not native to the region: molybdenum, palladium, iridium, rare elements, and their presence wasn't random. It followed a spiral inward, concentrating toward the core. The elements were conductors, or had once been. No known organism produces such a layout naturally. The paleobiologist, when confronted with the data, simply responded, "It's not an animal, it's a recorder." Of what? No one could say. Sorin, in his notes, wrote a final phrase before removing all external network access from his listening station. The mouth wasn't made to eat. It was made to listen until it knew how to speak. And still, the fossil remains buried. The jaw lies quiet under the ash plain, its arc slowly being mapped by algorithms that struggle to define what it once filtered, or what signal it may still be waiting for beneath the weight of a silent ocean. Only the spiral knows, and it is widening. The decision to halt excavation was not born from fear. It was made from exhaustion, a quiet resignation among those involved, that whatever had been found could not be processed through the usual frameworks. The fossil could be measured, scanned, simulated, even mimicked in synthetic form, but it could not be placed. No phylogenetic path led to it. No ecological model predicted it. It belonged nowhere. And yet there it was, embedded in a slab of ash. No one had expected to yield anything at all. Weeks passed. The excitement faded. The last remaining interest came not from marine biology departments, but from fringe acoustics groups and a single classified signal intelligence division within a country that never acknowledged the inquiry. Their interest wasn't in the fossil's age or biology. It was in the way it reacted to certain sonic inputs, the way it changed nothing, and yet the data around it warped slightly, subtly, the way heat bends air above pavement. One such group, in an unacknowledged joint venture, operating out of a barge in international waters, attempted a full-scale acoustic experiment using submerged speakers and a 1:1 resin replica of the fossil's mouth. The experiment was simple: emit a low-frequency spiral sweep across the arc of the model and measure what returned. For the first hour, nothing happened. The sensors logged static. The water remained still. Then at exactly 47 minutes into the cycle, a new signal appeared, not emitted by the barge, not by the replica. It was a tone that came from the water itself, not local, not echo, something ambient, originating from below, deep enough to defy triangulation. The waveform matched no marine life. It was simple, intentional. One pulse followed by a long low distortion. The hydrophones crackled. The barge's internal data clocks desynchronized by a full second and had to be reset manually. The team dismissed it as interference. But 2 hours later, a second pulse came, slightly higher in pitch. This time it passed through the replica fossil and left a trace vibration that did not fade for nearly 30 minutes. No one spoke about it publicly. The team disbanded within the year. Back on the coast, Sorin had begun work on what he no longer called a model. He had stopped trying to explain the fossil and had instead focused on listening to it, not the physical object, which remained buried and sealed under strict conservation guidelines, but its echoes. He treated it like a tuning fork buried in a field of wet ash, vibrating faintly at intervals no one could fully predict. His equipment was minimal: hydrophones, deep-sea vibration loggers, a sonar delay array. No transmitters, only ears. Over weeks, he detected a pattern, not in sound, but in absence. It was as if something was sweeping through that part of the ocean, not broadcasting, but silencing. A great hush, rolling in spirals across the trench. Each time it passed, the signal fields dropped, the noise floor collapsed, and every time it passed, it came closer to where the fossil lay. During one such event, a deep-sea camera mounted 3.4 kilometers from the fossil briefly captured what it described only as a darkness moving within darkness. Not a shadow, not an object, just a differential. Something that occluded even bioluminescent scatter. The sea turned matte, and then it passed. The footage never made it to public archives. Soren viewed it once, then copied it to a sealed drive and erased the original. The fossil never moved, but the sediment around it shifted slightly. Not from current, not from tectonic drift, but from within, as though something beneath the fossil had drawn breath. Just once, in a final experiment, Soren directed a single pure-tone signal toward the field where the fossil lay, a carefully modulated sweep, tuned to the same spiral curve that had first been recorded at the Tasman rise. He did not expect a reply. He got one. The ash cracked. It was quiet, like paper, folding under pressure. A fine, almost imperceptible fracture line formed in the sediment 6 meters from the fossil's leading edge. Not straight, curved. He sent a drone to examine it. It found nothing, but the crack continued to spread in a perfect logarithmic spiral. Then it stopped. The fossil remained still, but on the monitors, a new shape appeared, faint, low resolution, like sonar returning from a surface not quite present. It looked like another jaw, far larger, and oriented not upward, but downward, like a mouth pressed gently against the seabed, waiting not to be fed, but to be heard. Soren logged the event, saved the shape, wrote no conclusion. He simply labeled the file, second aperture, not fossil, and let it rest. The official record, such as it remained, listed the fossil as unresolved, its classification left blank in the index, its strata mislabeled as volcanically compromised. No museum accepted it, no institution claimed it, and yet within a narrow circle of researchers, many of whom had since withdrawn from public correspondence, the memory of the fossil remained like the afterimage of a flare. It was not the object that lingered, but the space around it, the atmosphere it changed, the silence it left in the room, long after the recordings had stopped playing. And in that silence, something had started to grow. Soren no longer worked from stations. He operated from an offshore listening capsule, retrofitted from an abandoned mineral survey unit, moored far from shipping lanes. There, among the low drone of benthic static, he listened, not for sounds, but for the absences between them, for the shapes that carved themselves out of silence. He tuned his equipment, not by frequency, but by curve, adjusting sensors until the lines on his screen began to spiral, not sharply, not overtly, but in patient loops that widened over time, like a slow inhalation traced backward through sediment. One night, during what should have been a routine signal sweep, the monitors dimmed, not due to power failure. They simply adjusted, all at once, their brightness lowering to levels Soren hadn't set. The screens didn't blink. They bowed, as if a pressure had entered the room, not through the hull, not through sound, but through memory. The fossil hadn't followed him, but something woven into its silence had. The sensors began to register anomalies in the water column, not motion, not heat, alignment, molecules in the seawater, chloride, sodium, suspended minerals had begun to shift in ratio, not randomly, not due to current. They were arranging themselves in concentric fields, spiraling outward from the point where the fossil had first been found. The spiral wasn't expanding, it was deepening, as if the sea itself were being tuned, pitch by pitch, into coherence. He ran a low-frequency scan across the water column. What returned wasn't noise, but a distortion map, areas of slight density increase, forming shapes invisible to the naked eye. In the middle of that map was a cavity, not a hole, not a cave, a silence, suspended, stable, not bound to gravity or current. The ocean was holding its breath, and something inside it was listening back. Soren didn't transmit, he hadn't in months, but this time, for reasons he couldn't name, he activated a low-band emitter and replayed the tone that had once vibrated the fossil in the ash, the spiral frequency. He let it pass once, then stopped. The ocean answered. It wasn't a roar, it wasn't a sound at all, it was a warping. The pressure around the capsule changed, imperceptibly, but definitively. The instruments began to behave erratically, not with error, but with suggestion. They didn't fail, they bent. Readouts flickered into formats Sorin hadn't programmed, hexadecimals overlaid with sign arcs, timestamps repeating in mirrored intervals. The capsule's internal clock skipped 7 seconds forward, then reset. In the aft chamber, a small pool of seawater used for salinity calibration began to swirl, slowly, deliberately. No current had been introduced, no pump engaged, but the water moved, and when it did, it curled into a spiral, clockwise, repeating, whispering something not in sound, but in form. He approached the console and turned off every transmitter, every active scan, every ping, and the capsule fell completely silent. That's when he saw it, not with his eyes, but through the monitors. A distortion field had formed just outside the capsule's radius. It was not static, it was not motion, it was orientation, as if every molecule of seawater within that radius had suddenly agreed to face the same direction. A spiral drifted past the camera, not drawn, not pulsed, drifted, as if written in vapor or temperature, a shape too large to belong to one creature, too precise to belong to chaos. The spiral was breathing, not biologically, not rhythmically, but structurally. The deeper he watched, the more he understood. This was not a remnant, it was not fossilized, it was not over, it was still becoming. The fossil had not died, it had paused, and now it was resuming. The spiral expanded outward, and when it did, it intersected the bathymetric shelf just east of the original site. There the ocean floor, long thought to be flat and uneventful, began to fracture, not violently, not in rupture, but in arrangement. Ash sediment, that had sat undisturbed for tens of thousands of years, began to shift in fine curling channels, like something beneath it was not trying to emerge, but to remember how to rise. Sorin backed away from the console, not in fear, but in reverence. He finally understood. The fossil had never been a creature in the way we understand life. It had been a recorder, yes, a sensor, a translator, a witness, but more than that, it was a signal shaped into matter, not built, not born, spoken. Something long ago had whispered into the ocean in spirals, not language, not sound, but pattern, and the ocean, incapable of forgetting, had shaped that whisper into something permanent. The fossil was not the last of its kind, it was the first of its kind, returned. The spiral is now visible on topographic scans, if you know what to look for. It doesn't appear in public models, it never stays in one place long enough to be confirmed, but it's there, woven like breath into the fabric of the sea. When it passes, you don't hear it. You feel a pressure in your bones, you lose track of time, lights dim, electronics behave strangely, and then it moves on, and you're left with a faint ringing, not in your ears, but in your memory. And when you try to describe it, you find there are no words, only shapes, and silence. There is a stretch of ocean between Cape Horn and the South Shetland Islands, where the sea behaves differently, not just violently, not just with the rage of the world's strongest current, but with something beneath that rage, something older than turbulence. Mariners cross it quickly, radar sweeps fast, instruments hum and stall, beneath the waves. In the black stillness between pressure and time, the Drake Passage folds over something that does not move, and never has, not since it was first placed or grown into the sediment thousands of meters below the shifting surface. It began as an error on a bathymetric map. A Chilean research vessel, the Isabel Vega, had been running sonar over the eastern boundary of the Scotia Plate, searching for signs of undersea fault expansion. But amid the ridges and fractures, the return signals began to produce clean, repetitive shapes, not geological randomness, not eroded arcs or fissured plains. The scans drew lines, straight, unyielding, arranged with a precision that made the technicians pause. What emerged was a field, a grid, columns, spaced evenly, some 24 meters tall, others fractured but still vertical. each measuring exactly 2.3 meters wide at the base. The formations rose from a flat bed of sediment, like teeth from the gums of something long dead and perfectly still. At first the columns were assumed to be vent chimneys, mineral growths around long-dead black smokers. But the mineral composition returned by probe did not support the theory. The cores extracted from their flanks revealed no porous sulfide, no hydrothermal residue. Instead, the material was dense, crystalline in places, and unnaturally uniform. It was not basalt, not obsidian, not anything easily mapped to a marine volcanic system. The internal structure, when viewed under polarized light, exhibited a pattern of concentric striations like tree rings formed in silence, not chaotic growth, measured addition. One of the divers described the feel of the structure as vibrating but without sound. He pressed his gloved palm to the surface of one column and swore he felt something moving inside, not movement in the physical sense, but pressure that returned, not repelling, not accepting, just there. As though the column recognized the touch but didn't respond. That diver surfaced with shaking hands and left the expedition the following day. He would not say what he heard in his headset during the descent. Aural interference was noted, but not recorded. The hydrophones picked up faint vibrations when idle, but the tones fell below standard detection thresholds. Subharmonics, too low for human hearing, pulsed gently in the background like the breath of a resting machine. They were not tied to current. They were not seasonal. They were constant, always spaced the same, always forming a curve when plotted against time, not random noise. A spiral, repeated in intervals of 81 minutes and 13 seconds. The scientists dubbed the region the Aural Field. It stretched nearly 2 kilometers across and contained just over 300 columns, at least those visible. The sediment in which they stood was thick with fine volcanic ash, not from any local vent, but likely deposited centuries ago by a distant eruption, and yet the columns were clean, polished almost, not worn by current, not overgrown by marine life, as if something in the water avoided touching them, as if something beneath them repelled time itself. Attempts to anchor equipment directly atop the formation failed, ROV tethers frayed, pressure sensors failed, GPS markers drifted. The Isabel Vega remained nearby for 12 hours and then turned away. No official follow-up survey was approved, but not everyone let it rest. Several months later, an independent acoustic research group returned in secret. They deployed low-resonance sonar waves across the Aural field, hoping to record the subharmonics in more detail. What they found instead was absence. The columns didn't return sonar, they bent it. Waves sent across the grid did not echo back. They didn't vanish either. They rerouted, spiraling inward toward a central nexus that wasn't visible to the eye, but became clear in data. There was no structure at that center, just silt, just stillness. They dropped a light beacon. It vanished in 10 seconds. No current, no descent trail, no thermal plume. One of the researchers theorized that the columns were harmonic regulators, that they didn't broadcast anything, but instead listened and stored, like pressure valves not for heat or liquid, but for vibration. When the team replayed earlier recordings from the Tasman rise, tones recovered from the spiral fossil field, the vibrations within the Aural field changed, slightly, just enough that one of the hydrophones exploded under pressure, despite being designed for depths twice what they had reached. The remaining devices recorded a low series of pulses, followed by silence. Not mechanical, not tectonic, but spaced, repeating, as if something buried beneath the columns had recognized the tone and responded. The team retrieved what they could, and left. None returned to the site. The location of the grid was quietly misfiled in the National Maritime Registry, on satellite maps. It is listed as a minor fault basin, unworthy of attention, unsafe for mooring, but the ocean remembers. In 2022, a deep-sea cable routing project reported anomalous tension in its lines while laying fiber along the southern shelf. The sensors noted a gradual pull toward an unknown gravity center just south of the Drake Ridge, well within the boundary of the Aural field. When the tension equalized, the cable was 14 meters off course. The logs recorded the moment with a timestamp, a location, and one unexplained notation in red. Noise field pulled again. To this day the grid remains unmapped in official databases, but researchers who've studied the few surviving reports know the spiral that sits beneath it is growing, slowly, silently, as if whatever memory those columns were shaped to hold is not yet full, and somewhere in that stillness, something is still listening back. Months passed before anyone returned to the site, and when they did, it was under a different name, on a different vessel, with no public record of its commission. The team that arrived was not the same group that had first charted the pillars. These researchers came from a disbanded division of geophysical resonance mapping, a group known in private circles for one specific obsession: silent structures, installations, or anomalies that did not transmit noise, but arranged silence with intent. The grid beneath the Drake Passage fit their profile too perfectly to ignore. They brought no active sonar, no drones with searchlights, no emitters, only passive sensors and ultra-low frequency magnetic recorders, calibrated to pick up disruptions in the background hum of the Earth itself. Schumann resonances, telluric pulses, oceanic thermocline oscillations. They weren't looking for sound, they were looking for deviation, and they found it within 20 minutes of station keeping over the pillars. The magnetic field around the grid was warped, not strongly, not enough to register as interference, but just enough to break expected baselines. The drift wasn't chaotic, it cycled. Every 486 seconds, the local field bent slightly west, paused, then reset. It did not correspond to current, or planetary motion, or tidal stress. It was the same everywhere inside the grid, and it formed a spiral curve when modeled over time. Again that pattern, again that shape, as if the ocean, in its deepest, coldest corner, were trying to write something in loops too slow for language. The team anchored their rig by hand, threading a thin copper wire net over a 5-meter section of the grid, careful not to touch the pillars themselves. When they lowered the recording probes, nothing happened for 3 hours. Then, without warning, every sensor dropped to zero and flatlined, not from malfunction, but as though the environment itself had ceased to register. Temperature, pressure, magnetism, even light in the surrounding water grew dimmer, not by loss, but by agreement. The ocean had quieted so completely that it was no longer behaving like water. And then, in that vacuum, came rhythm. Not a sound, not a tone, but pulses, gentle, far apart, soft enough to be missed if you weren't waiting for them. The team was waiting. Each pulse arrived in a nested cluster, 3 small tremors, then a pause, then 5, then 2, then 13. Not arbitrary, not noise, a prime sequence. Numbers too deliberate to be natural, too patient to be accidental. They ran for 90 minutes, then stopped. Every sensor came back online, the magnetic field corrected, the temperature equalized, the light returned to its proper wavelength, and one of the copper wires was missing. It hadn't broken, it hadn't drifted, it had simply disappeared, with no disturbance in the water, no abrasion along the anchor, as though it had been absorbed, not by chemistry or pressure, but by instruction. The metal was gone, and in its place, on the data recorder, was a perfect reproduction of the prime sequence, not just the pulses, but an imprint in the memory core itself. It had overwritten the base firmware, with silence marked by numbers. One of the researchers collapsed soon after. His pulse did not return for 38 seconds. When he awoke, he spoke in syllables that mirrored the pulse rhythm. He was not aware of this. He thought he was speaking Spanish. The audio logs confirmed otherwise. He did not go back to the grid. No one did. Later analysis revealed the impossible. Within the cores of the columns themselves, based on recovered fragments, were structures too ordered to be formed by chance. Microchannels, each no wider than a blood vessel, spiraled inward through the chert-like material. Their curvature matched the waveform of a known Schumann harmonic, 7.83 Hz, the Earth's natural low-frequency resonance. The columns had not been built to resonate with it. They had been built to store it, to hold a global hum in place, to trap a memory made of planetary breath. The implications were too large for publication. The team disbanded, some disappeared entirely. The data was archived in 3 separate locations. 2 have since been decommissioned. The last remains active only at night, only under rotating alphanumeric lock, known only to 1. The pillars remain untouched, still, clean, ringing with a vibration that only silence can carry, and in the dark between each column, something lingers that is not absence, but waiting. The ocean above the Drake Passage is always restless, but below, beneath the scream of the wind and the churn of cold water, there is a stillness that borders on unnatural. The pillars, lodged in silence, should have collapsed long ago. No formation so slender and so precise could survive eons of tectonic drift and pressure cycles without shattering, unless it was never part of the crust to begin with, unless it arrived some other way, settled, sunk, or was grown. Among the few documents leaked from the second expedition was an internal note, marked with timecode rather than date. It referenced cavitation shadows detected between pillars 3 and 7, a term usually applied to sonar bubbles collapsing around high-speed propellers. But there were no propellers in use, no vessel moved. The phrase was repurposed to describe something else, the sound of silence being crushed in on itself. The subsonic pressure between those columns didn't pulse randomly. It compacted, rhythmically, with mathematical consistency, as if something within the grid were breathing, not oxygen or fluid, but pressure itself. A third team, much later, approached the Aural field without instruments at all. Their craft had no transmitters, no active sonar, no digital tools. They relied on mechanical gyroscopes, optical film, and analog recorders, technology that couldn't be overwritten. They lowered a lead-weighted phonograph-style coil into the sediment beside one of the central pillars, and waited. It spun freely for nearly 7 hours. On retrieval, the metal arm had recorded a single continuous etching, a spiral groove, flawless in shape, without jitter or interruption. The groove did not match the gear ratio of the reel. Something had taken control of its motion. When the groove was translated into waveform and played back through a vibration table, the pattern rose into form. Sand scattered across the surface arranged itself into a perfect vortex, followed by 2 concentric rings. Inside the smallest ring, dust trembled, not violently, but precisely, forming the outline of what resembled the upper arc of a jaw, wide, listening. It matched the fossil beneath the Mariana ash. The group documented the experiment, then erased their own names from the archive. None of them have published since. What came next was stranger still. In early 2023, satellite infrared scans intended for mapping polar ice recession detected heat flares from the Drake Passage's deep water boundary. Not thermal vent activity, not tectonic release, just heat, sudden, vertical, and patterned. 12 individual heat columns rose within a 2-minute window, arranged in a grid so clean it could be charted to within 10 centimeters accuracy. Each column originated from the known coordinates of a pillar in the Aural field, and then the heat vanished. The ocean returned to baseline. No explanation was offered. The data was pulled from open access. The only public acknowledgement was a brief footnote in an Antarctic glaciology report, referencing unusual geophysical noise events in the Weddell Gyre. That night, a Chilean trawler drifted across the same coordinates. Its hull sensors froze for exactly 486 seconds, the same interval recorded in the second expedition. When the vessel resumed power, its autopilot was facing 18 degrees south of its original course. The onboard compass, mechanical and unwired, had shifted slightly counterclockwise. The change wasn't noticed until the captain attempted to match headings with the previous day's chart. No malfunction was found. The compass hadn't broken. It had adjusted, like everything else in that sea. The belief that the sea is void, an emptiness filled only by water and weight, is an illusion drawn from shallows. The deeper the descent, the clearer the patterns become, not of life, but of memory. In the Aural field, Memory is not held in relics or bones, but in orientation. The columns do not lean, they do not collapse or drift with time. They remain locked in a geometry no tectonic system should permit. That impossibility was what led the last expedition, not funded, not permitted, not even acknowledged, to return one final time. Not to measure the grid, but to surrender to it. They arrived in silence, a crew of 6, no sonar, no light rigs, no telemetry, just pressure gauges, manual pumps, and a prototype submersible built not to observe, but to be observed. It was shaped like no craft before it, circular, smooth, almost organic in outline. Its hull was not steel, but a pressure-reactive composite, meant to mimic the acoustic silence of the seafloor. When it descended, the water did not resist, it simply folded around it. The vehicle was lowered into the center of the Aural field, settling between 4 intact columns. For 11 minutes, nothing happened. Then the pressure began to drop, not externally, but internally, as if the cabin itself had been breached by something less like water and more like stillness. Instruments remained stable, the crew's vitals steady, but the air felt thinner. Time slowed, not literally, but perceptually. Watches ticked in rhythm with the pulse they'd only recorded before. The same intervals, 81 minutes and 13 seconds, over and over. The onboard cameras picked up movement, not of objects, but of distortion. The water between the pillars began to shimmer, like heat rising from black asphalt. The shimmer sharpened into a spiral, and then vanished. The light around the submersible bent inward, folding along unseen edges. The team remained still, resisting every urge to document what they felt forming just outside their vision. Then the first vibration passed through the hull. Not strong, not dangerous, just deliberate. It echoed not as sound, but as a shift in thought. One crew member whispered a word that none of them remembered learning. Mira? The word appeared in the logs 5 times before the system reset. No one could later define it. The spiral pattern returned, not in water, but in their bodies. Their heartbeats synchronized, matched precisely to the column pulse. One member reported seeing shapes in the darkness, not biological forms, but symbols, rotating in the black like relics from a language that had never needed mouths. Then the light came, not bright, not blinding. It rose from the base of the pillars, curling upward like vapor through thick oil. It did not illuminate. It revealed. The sediment glowed in arcs, lines mapped across the seafloor. Each column stood not alone, but in a circuit, each one a node in a pattern that reached far beyond the visible grid. The submersible was no longer in a field, it was in the center of a message, and that message was being rewritten. The crew described a feeling of unburdening, like something was pulling memories from their skin, not with pain, but with precision. They forgot small things, birth dates, coordinates, family names, not erased, just removed, as if those pieces were being stored somewhere else, as if the sea needed to understand them in order to continue speaking. One member tried to leave the vessel. They stopped him. He could not say why he needed to go outside, only that he felt he had heard the invitation. The temperature in the cabin dropped, though the instruments did not register it. Condensation formed on the inside of the viewport glass in curling spiral lines. A heartbeat passed through the chamber, not one of theirs. Then came the sound, not through speakers, not from the water, but within the bones of the hull itself. It was not a voice, it was a return, not language, not instruction, a shape, a mirror of what had been sent. The exact spiral pulse, shifted slightly, tuned now to match their breath. It was listening, and then it stopped. The glow faded, the pressure equalized, the silence returned. The team resurfaced after 5 hours, but none could account for more than 2. They aged rapidly in the weeks that followed. Hair grayed, nails thickened, vision dimmed, not drastically, but beyond what time should have taken. Their scans returned anomalies, bone density patterns that spiraled from the sternum outward, hearing loss in intervals, blood that under spectrograph no longer coagulated quite the same. No one could explain what had been taken from them, or what had been left behind. They scattered, retired, disappeared, but one, before going silent, sent a final log to a private archive. It contained no data, no images, only a hand-drawn circle, traced over and over, until the graphite darkened the page into a disk. At its center, a single spiral drawn inward, ending not in a point, but in an opening. Beneath it in faded pencil, the pillars do not speak, they echo. No vessel has returned to the Aural field since. But on certain nights, when the swell between continents stills, sonar from passing ships picks up a strange pattern below, not noise, not music, just something spiraling. The seabed east of Honshu, where Japan's continental shelf falls into the Sagami Trough, is lined with fractures that never stop exhaling. Cold seeps leak methane into black sediment, and hydrothermal vents size sulfur-rich gases into the deep. Above, storms roll over the Pacific, like restless breaths, but beneath something has remained untouched for thousands of years, buried not by sand or coral, but by chemical darkness. It was within this quiet murk that the scrolls were found, not parchment, not clay, not even metal, but sulfur, soft, layered sheets of mineral growth, rolled into perfect cylinders, sealed in sediment, as if hidden from something that once ruled the light. They weren't supposed to be discovered. The Aokawa Institute's deep drilling operation was intended to study microbial colonies along the seafloor's thermal boundaries. But when drill core #42 was brought aboard, the sediment loggers found it hollow, not cracked, not void, just perfectly tubular for nearly 60 centimeters, and within it layered structures that flaked when touched, but revealed curling bands beneath. Someone preserved the sample in an inert gas chamber, and only then did the colors emerge, yellow layered with violet spirals, each ringed in fine concentric ridges, like text pressed into flesh by pressure, not hand. The patterns were too even, too repeated to be natural sediment rings. The spacing matched phonetic cadence, syllables perhaps. Some theorized ancient chemical writing, forged not in ink, but in compression cycles between vents. The scrolls were taken to a deep isolation lab, where high-resolution spectral scans revealed something stranger. The sulfur had been infused with isotopes, not native to the region. Compounds usually formed under high atmospheric pressure, not deep-sea vents, and laced through the layers, like veins, were microfractures filled with oxidized copper, not scattered randomly, but forming lines, sometimes curved, often symmetrical. When cross-sectioned and overlaid, those lines mapped perfectly onto the spiral of a nautilus shell. The scrolls had not been rolled, they had grown, layered over time by the whisper of mineral gases wrapping around a form that once lived and had since vanished. Yet no biological matter remained, only trace fossil impressions in the innermost fold, a hint of cartilage, the shadow of a central eye spot, and nothing more. But the scroll's composition held a deeper mystery. Buried within the sulfur layers were gaps of pure vacuum, not air pockets, not bubbles, true vacuum chambers, microns wide, held in balance by pressure and chemistry, each one positioned like a pause in breath, and when measured for resonance, they produced harmonics that fell into the same spiral sequence found in the Aural field. The scrolls were memory devices, not for data, not for sound, for silence. When exposed to specific frequencies, precisely 19.1 Hz, repeated in golden ratio intervals, the scrolls responded, not with movement, but with decay. Slowly, delicately, the layers began to shed, one at a time, releasing sulfur dust that moved as if guided. It didn't fall. It drifted in curls, always counterclockwise, always spiraling outward. The pattern was filmed once, never again. The footage showed the sulfur rising from the scroll, forming the shape of a coil, then flattening into the outline of something wide-jawed and hollow. The same shape recorded in Mariana. The same echo returned in Drake, a presence forming not from matter, but from rhythm. The scrolls were removed from public study. 3 weeks later, the Aokawa Institute's marine storage vault flooded during a systems test. Nothing was stolen, nothing broken. But every sample from drill core #42 was missing, except one. Sealed in a private collection, a final scroll remained untouched. It was encased in resin, labeled improperly as a vent chimney fragment. The resin cracked open during transport in 2021, and the scroll, still whole, was placed in a pressurized viewing chamber. And then the air grew still. Lab sensors recorded a drop in ambient vibration. No movement in the room, no shift in power flow, just quiet. Something not born from silence, but imposed. The scroll vibrated, once, and in that moment, every screen in the lab blinked with a strange glyph, a spiral, again. But this time inverted, as though viewed from beneath, and beneath it just 4 letters, Mir. The same word whispered in the Aural field. The scroll did not unravel, it calcified, and the lab was sealed. The resin fragment now sits in a vault 3 stories beneath Osaka Bay. It cannot be moved. Every attempt to recreate its environment fails, not because of chemistry, but because the room never stays silent long enough. It knows when it's being watched, and it waits. The last surviving sulfur scroll, the one that refused to decay, sits in a containment chamber, lined with acoustic foam and deep-sea alloy. Every wall in that vault was rebuilt after the first vibration event, when the scroll pulsed and the lights dimmed, not because of electrical failure, but because the air pressure in the room had dropped. Not in measurable terms, but in weight, the kind of heaviness that presses into the ears and behind the eyes, the sensation of atmosphere forgetting how to sit still. Researchers called it an acoustic inversion, but they stopped calling it anything after the 3rd event. Language failed in that room, spoken words sounded thinner, thoughts came slower. The scroll had not moved, but something inside it had. The chamber was eventually fitted with EMF dampening coils, temperature control grids, and an isolation booth for single-person viewing. Visitors, rare as they were, could enter only for 5 minutes at a time. Most did not last that long. Descriptions of the experience were consistent across records: pressure behind the eyes, flashes of light not seen but felt, and the sense that something was rearranging their short-term memory while they stood still, not erasing, but shifting. As if the scroll didn't just contain something, it mirrored it back, altered. There is a sound that accompanies the experience, not a tone, not music, a kind of layered hush, 1,000 tiny silences stacked and arranged like chords. It starts as background pressure, barely audible, but always symmetrical, cycling every 81 seconds, same as the columns in the Aural field. That number has appeared too many times to be chance. 81 minutes, 81 seconds, the golden ratio intervals of the Mariana pulses, the same spiral, now encoded not in stone or light, but in sulfur. What emerges from the scroll when left in a high-pressure, low-frequency environment is not gas or powder, but shape. In 2022, during an unintentional power lapse, the lab's backup generator failed. Vibration controls dropped for 6 minutes. When power resumed, the camera footage showed the scroll surrounded by a fine plume of sulfur dust suspended unnaturally in the chamber, not drifting, not falling, held in perfect spiral formation, floating like the fossilized imprint of something that had just been remembered by the room itself. The plume held its shape for 7 hours. Inside the spiral, 6 concentric rings, each one contained a single micro-vacuum, and at the center, a void, not optical, physical, a spherical absence, 3.4 centimeters wide, where no particle existed. Sensors failed to measure it. When air was reintroduced, the void remained. For 12 minutes, it resisted pressure entirely. Then it collapsed, silently. The plume fell, the sulfur dissolved, but the scroll remained intact. Only the air had changed. Subsequent chemical analysis of the containment chamber revealed that nitrogen bonds within the room had shifted. The isotopic signature of atmospheric gas now contained traces of iron-rich compounds, ones not native to the building or the scroll. Metallic residues shaped in lattice structures, so precise they matched optical diffraction patterns, like those used in analog signal encryption. Someone theorized, half seriously, that the scroll had been attempting to record the room itself, to add its shape, its sound, its breath to the spiral already embedded within. What could not be explained was the brief EM burst that followed the collapse. It originated not from within the vault, but from 11.3 kilometers below the surface of the Sagami Trough, the exact depth at which the scroll had first been recovered. Seismic monitors logged it as a pulse of energy, with no tectonic cause, no rupture, No release of pressure, just a single burst of waveform that followed the same frequency modulation recorded by the Mariana spiral jaw, 1-to-1. The signal lasted for less than a second, and yet, 8 deep ocean buoys across the Pacific triangulated the source independently. None could explain it, and still the scroll remained intact. Now classified as Resonant Specimen S7, it sits in an oxygen-deprived vault watched only by pressure sensors and slow shutter cameras. No attempts are made to replicate its environment, no further stimuli introduced. All that remains is observation, and even that seems unnecessary. Because the scroll is not reacting to input, it is waiting for something. In 2023, a last note was added to the case file. It came from a field geologist who had worked the original site of the Sagami recovery, and had since retired. She wrote only this: there were 6 scrolls, not 5, not 7, 6. One was already there, not buried, not hidden, just resting, like it had come back to wait. She included a sketch. The image showed a circle, drawn by hand, and inside it, a spiral coiling inward. At the very center, not a symbol, just a dot, and below it, a word not recognized by any known language database: Chimere. When spoken aloud by accident in the lab, the scroll pulsed once. The temperature dropped by 2 degrees, and for the first time since its discovery, the sulfur cracked, just slightly, along a fault that formed a spiral arc, not breaking, just beginning to open. When the fracture first appeared on the outer layer of the sulfur scroll, no one touched it. The split was thin, barely the width of a human hair, but it ran in a clean, continuous arc, spiraling gently across the mineral surface, like the whirl of a fingerprint. At first glance, it seemed like the inevitable result of stress decay, the kind that creeps into delicate structures, left under vacuum too long. But this wasn't spontaneous degradation. The crack had form, direction, intent. It began exactly 3.4 centimeters from the scroll's apex, the same diameter as the void recorded in the sulfur plume during the containment breach. The odds of such alignment occurring by coincidence were too slim to calculate. It was not breaking down, it was beginning. Over the next several weeks, the fracture lengthened, not outward, but inward, tightening into its own center. Despite the scroll's hardened state, pressure within the chamber remained stable. No further decomposition, no additional material shed, and yet the crack deepened. Under magnification, researchers observed a phenomenon that should not have been possible: microparticles of sulfur rearranging along the edge of the split, not crumbling, moving, reorganizing their lattice into smoother, denser lines. Each mineral grain was not flaking off, but subtly shifting into place, like stone remembering how to be carved. Every few days the fracture pulled tighter, and a new curvature emerged, wrapping itself further around the scroll's body, until it resembled not damage, but design. A fresh round of passive spectrographic scans revealed something chilling. The gap, if unwound into a linear waveform, mimicked the same spiral frequency recorded from the Aural columns beneath the Drake Passage, and echoed in the Mariana signal. But this time, the amplitude had changed. Higher, sharper, focused. It was as though the scroll had not only recognized the pulse, but responded by altering itself to match it more precisely, as if it were tuning to a signal that hadn't yet fully arrived. And then came the dreams. 3 researchers, each from different divisions, working separate shifts, began reporting episodes of extreme déjà vu, unprovoked, recurring sequences of memory that did not match their lives. One recounted the sensation of waking inside a structure made of translucent bone, surrounded by water that didn't move. Another described walking barefoot across a seabed without a suit, following a line of spiraled indentations in the sand that emitted a low vibration he could feel in his teeth. The third couldn't describe his visions at all, only that he woke with seawater pooled in his lungs. Medical scans revealed abnormal theta wave activity in all 3 subjects during REM sleep, not just elevated, but harmonized. Their sleep cycles had aligned despite different work hours and exposure levels, and in every recorded brain scan, a rhythmic oscillation was noted in the 19.1 Hz range, the same frequency that activated the original scrolls. It was not being played in the room. It wasn't being transmitted, but it had somehow entered their minds, replaying on a loop they couldn't perceive while awake. The signal had gone internal. At first, containment protocols were increased. Sleep monitors, environmental isolation, dietary sterilization. Nothing changed the results. The dreams persisted. When EEG machines were run during controlled exposure, the waves deepened. More than that, the subjects' heart rates began to shift, aligning gradually to match the original pulse pattern. 3 beats, pause, 5, 2, 13, prime sequence. Again and again. The scroll never moved, but it no longer needed to. The prevailing theory, offered quietly and without official endorsement, was that the scroll wasn't an artifact. It wasn't a storage device. It wasn't even a warning. It was a tuning fork, designed to attune the surrounding environment, first physical, then biological, to a signal older than any known language, older than the vents, older than the sea itself. Some began to call the signal a memory loop. Others believed it was a preparation. They weren't the same. Within the scroll's evolving fracture, a hollow space had begun to form. When measured, it presented negative resistance, not absorbing energy, but offering less friction than the surrounding material. This was impossible. It suggested the space inside had a lower entropy value than the exterior. In simpler terms, it wasn't just opening. It was erasing the concept of closure. The scroll's internal density decreased as the hollow grew, but it didn't collapse. Instead, the outer shell thickened, reinforcing itself as though anticipating pressure not from the outside but from within. And all the while, the vibration continued, never audible, but always felt, in the bones, in the breath, in dreams that returned even after the researchers left the chamber. One of them, a technician with no prior history of language disorders, began writing during his off hours. He didn't remember doing it. His notebook filled with looping characters, each drawn in a single motion, always beginning from the lower right and curling inward. When analyzed, the characters matched the sediment imprint patterns found in the base layer of the original scrolls. Their spacing corresponded to the copper filaments within the growth rings, and when aligned digitally, they formed the outline of something unmistakable, a jawbone coiled in spiral, wide and still open. But there was more. Hidden in the corners of each page were faint impressions of shapes, the suggestion of something standing in water, long limbs, no face, no light, just presence. It wasn't drawn in ink. It appeared as pressure indentations, like something had leaned against the paper without weight. The writing stopped only after the technician began speaking the glyphs aloud. What followed was silence, not environmental, but internal. He stopped dreaming, stopped reacting to sound entirely. His EEG went flat during sleep, though he continued to breathe. When awoken, he could not describe what had changed, only that the scroll was closer now. Closer to what? No one asked. Because by then the scroll had begun emitting low-level magnetic pulses, detectable only in the vacuum chamber, aligned to the planetary Schumann resonance. The same signature detected in the Aura's columns. The same field shift measured in the Drake spiral, but now, it wasn't reflecting a field. It was producing one. And beneath the scroll's new spiral shell, the fracture reached its terminus. Not a crack, not an edge, but a center, an eye. Perfectly spherical, hollow, ringed-in mineral that never existed on Earth's surface. Whatever had been sleeping inside the scroll had not been sleeping at all. It had been watching, waiting, matching rhythm, and now, for the first time since it was laid beneath the sea, it had opened. By the time the eye was exposed within the core of the Sulfur scroll, the containment team had been reduced to a skeleton crew, not from staffing cuts, nor from illness, but from something subtler, an attrition of will. One by one, researchers requested reassignment. Not urgently, not dramatically, just quietly. They stopped showing up for observation cycles. Their reports thinned, their questions dulled, as though the act of being near the scroll gradually wore away the sharpness of inquiry, replacing it with a kind of slow-drifting acquiescence. They weren't frightened, they were tired, as if whatever pulsed from that hollow spiral wasn't just resonance, but surrender. And still, The scroll remained fixed on its stand, sealed beneath glass, unmoving and silent. But every day, its properties shifted. Instruments that once worked inside the vault now showed fluctuations even while powered off. Analog meters, stored in drawers, began swinging their needles as if registering current that didn't exist. Staff began referring to the chamber as the well, not out of poetry, but necessity, because stepping into it felt like lowering oneself into something deeper than it appeared. The room no longer echoed. Voices, even whispered, fell flat. The sound didn't travel, it was absorbed. The scroll's internal structure, previously composed of layered sulfur and trace copper, now displayed a new component. A crystalline inclusion had formed along the perimeter of the central eye, unseen in any previous scan. It grew with symmetrical purpose, ring by ring, wrapping the aperture in a collar of interlocking hexagonal shards. Under polarized light, these fragments revealed birefringent properties normally found only in synthetic signal processors, materials used in experimental computing that manipulate light as language. The implication was immediate and impossible. The scroll was assembling something, not at random, not biologically, but mechanically, yet no mechanism had been introduced. The crystalline collar, when tested under low-spectrum UV, fluoresced in spiral pulses, outward at first, then inward, and began to emit a waveform that did not match any terrestrial frequency. It bore similarities to known neural patterns, but carried signatures far older, resonant with the sediment, layering at the bottom of the Sagami trough itself. The ocean had recorded something, and the scroll was playing it back, not as audio, not as heat, but as orientation, a reordering of surrounding space. One of the more daring researchers, a woman named Dr. Hoshino, proposed the unthinkable, that the scroll was never meant to be read. It was meant to be returned. She traced the isotope decay inside the sulfur structure back to a pattern only seen near the volcanic roots of early Earth. A specific balance of helium-3 and sulfur-34 that could not be reproduced in the modern seabed. This meant the scroll had not grown in its current location. It had either been moved, or buried by forces that no longer acted on the planet. Either way, its alignment with resonance fields across 3 oceanic fault zones suggested it had been intentionally placed within reach of those specific vibrations. Its purpose, then, was not to be found. It was to be reawakened. Hoshino exposed the scroll to a controlled sweep of golden ratio harmonic frequencies, those recovered from the Mariana pulses, the Aural columns, and the theoretical Drake waveform. Something occurred that had never been recorded before. The eye in the center of the scroll moved. Not a twitch, not a trick of reflection. It contracted, like a pupil exposed to light. The surrounding structure flexed, minerals adjusting themselves on a scale invisible to the eye, but unmistakable to the senses. The room dropped 3 degrees. Condensation formed not on the inside of the glass, but on the walls of the vault, not from humidity, but from pressure inversion. The scroll had absorbed a full spectrum of directed frequency, and responded not by storing it, but by reacting to it. It was tuned, alive not in the biological sense, but in the mechanical memory of things left too long in stillness. The fracture in the scroll had become a spiral channel, guiding input toward its hollow core, and what had once been silence now gave the unmistakable impression of awareness. The recordings from that day were sealed, but leaked notes from an assistant technician suggested that during the 5-minute exposure window, the scroll cast no shadow. Despite clear lighting, multiple angles and laser range finding, the sulfur shell, now blackened and veined with living mineral, refused to register mass displacement under any wavelength. It was as though it was no longer fully present in the chamber, but hovering just beside it, like a ghost image trapped between states of being. The lab referred to this as transient anchoring, though no one agreed on the terminology. Soon after, dreams returned, but this time they weren't isolated to staff. Researchers reviewing footage of the scroll on secured servers began to report mirror phenomena, shivers, nausea, involuntary breath-holding during spiral alignment sequences. One collapsed after watching a high-resolution feed for less than 30 seconds. His final journal entry, described being pulled downward, not physically, but perceptually, as if his body remained upright, while some other sense was sinking into a darkness that rotated, slowly, with purpose. He wrote a word he had never learned, Asmir. The log ended there. He never spoke again. The scroll has since been removed from observation. It now resides in a zero-contact pressure cradle, housed beneath 3 layers of Faraday shielding and 1 foot of liquid bismuth alloy. Yet even now, residual signals from the vault continue to spike, once a week, always at the same time, 3:13 a.m. Tokyo Standard Time. The spiral pulse returns, never audible, always present. The room knows the rhythm now, and somewhere within the Sulfur's hollow eye, a shape watches back, not with sight, but with memory. It remembers who came before. It remembers where it was meant to go. And as the fractures continue their slow spiraling movement inward, there is no question left to ask. The scroll is opening, the scroll is listening, and the scroll is not alone. South of the Falklands, and west of the South Orkney Islands, the seafloor drops into one of the least explored trenches on Earth, the Scotia Abyss. Here, the sea thickens into a pressurized dusk. Not black, but a green so deep it looks like old bone. Rove footage, when it exists, stutters in ribbons of static, and submersibles often lose compass integrity before descent is halfway complete. The currents seem to move in layers, slipping past one another without resistance, like silk over oil. Beneath this trembling threshold lies a ridge of seamounts, volcanic scars too wide to be mapped in a single pass, and nestled between 2 of the largest formations. There stands a formation so improbable that it defies plate tectonics altogether. They call it the Petrified Arches. Discovered by accident in 2012, during a bathymetric survey funded by a mineral extraction venture, the structure first appeared as an elevation anomaly. But when sonar returned its readings, the map showed more than a mound. It revealed symmetry. 6 arches, evenly spaced, each over 20 meters high, arranged in a semicircular ring facing east. They were composed of fossilized silicate material, with unusual banding, not volcanic, not sedimentary, something in between. The outer surfaces bore striations that didn't follow current flow, but spiraled inward, toward each arch's keystone, as if the rock itself had been shaped from within. When the first ROV reached the site, its lights illuminated surfaces that glittered like glass under the silt, but there was no reflection, no mirror. The arches didn't bounce light, they pulled it. Even high-beam arrays dimmed slightly when directed into the keystones. Footage showed the ROV's floodlights bending in strange geometries as they moved beneath the arcs. Depth readings spiked and failed. Gyroscopes whirled. By the time the feed cut out, the last image showed the arches from a high angle, not arranged randomly, but in a pattern that traced a perfect spiral from above, mimicking the growth of a nautilus shell on a massive scale. Contact with the ROV was never re-established. The second expedition arrived 2 years later, this time under the supervision of a military contractor, operating under a geological pretext. Their submersible, uncrewed and armored, carried hardened instruments and a shielded memory core. It reached the arches in half the time, stabilized its position, and began mapping the interior curvature of each structure. What it recorded has never been released in full, but partial logs leaked through a subcontractor's brief show recurring temperature anomalies at the inner edges of each keystone. Pockets of heat, not volcanic, not geothermal. Narrow spikes, no wider than a human chest, aligned vertically from base to apex. The readings repeated across all 6 arches. Then for 4 minutes, the submersible's onboard seismograph captured vibrations from beneath the arches, not random, measured. 3 pulses, a pause, then 5, then 2, then 13, a prime sequence. Again, it mirrored the signal from the Sulfur scrolls. It mirrored the pulse from the Aural columns. It matched the harmonic found encoded in the Mariana spiral. Whatever the arches were built for, they were not meant to stand alone. They were part of a network, a circuit perhaps, or a gate. Following the vibrations, The arches began to emit a low hum detectable only on the submersible's magnetic sensors, not powerful, not aggressive, but focused, directed. It pulsed outward and upward, extending past the trench walls and into open water above. Buoys positioned on the surface 11,000 feet above began registering minor shifts in the Earth's magnetic field, and weather patterns over the South Atlantic distorted slightly for 12 hours. Pressure systems shifted, cloud formations spun, and then the hum ceased. Nothing remained, except the arches, quiet again, still glimmering with that odd depthless shine. Weeks later, satellite thermal imaging over the region captured a heat bloom from the trench mouth, a slow circular spread of slightly elevated temperatures, barely 1 degree, but shaped with perfect symmetry. 6-pointed spiral radiating out from the coordinates of the petrified arches. It lasted only 37 seconds. Then the ocean cooled, no trace left behind, until the bodies were found. 2 weeks after the signal ceased, a fishing vessel off the Argentine coast reported pulling up a net torn in 3 perfect spirals. Inside were the remains of 3 creatures, all eel-like in length, but shaped with features not recognized by any marine catalogue. Each had eyes, but not in pairs. One bore a single eye positioned vertically above its jaw, another had a series of narrow horizontal slits across its spine, each sensitive to light. The third had no eyes at all, but the bone structure behind its skull was hollow, spiral-shaped, and when scanned echoed with residual vibration at 19.1 Hz. The researchers who studied the remains reported tissue density, unlike any known species. Despite decomposition, the muscle fibers showed no cell rupture, as though whatever killed them did not use pressure, impact or starvation. It was as if something had simply turned off their function, like a circuit broken by reversed polarity. The bones of each creature were etched, not scratched, etched, in delicate spiral lines, the same pattern found in the Aural field, in the Sulfur scrolls, and within the Drake Passage pillars, carved not randomly, but with symmetry, matching the curvature of the arches almost exactly. When the jawbone of the eyeless creature was laid against a 3D rendering of the largest petrified arch, the match was almost 1-to-1 in ratio, as though the arches had been modeled on the same anatomical structure, or worse, as if the creature had been shaped to pass through them. There were no further missions to the Scotia abyss for the next 5 years, but in 2021, an anonymous document circulated among deep-sea cartography circles. It contained a map. At first it appeared to be nothing more than an artistic rendering of oceanic ridges, until someone noticed the pattern. 12 locations, equidistant, all beneath fault zones, all with recorded anomalies of magnetic inversion, sulfur vent spiral formations, and unexplainable pressure pulses. At the center of the map, drawn with obsessive precision, lay a symbol, 6 arches converging, overlaid with a spiral. Beneath it, in faded script, when all gates hum, the threshold remembers. The petrified arches were never built to hold something in. They were built to recognize something approaching, and perhaps to open. In the months that followed the map circulation, researchers from disparate institutions, many of whom had never worked together and had no previous contact, began submitting quiet requests for access to the full seafloor scans of the Scotia abyss. Not through official channels but through back doors, personal emails, coded inquiries routed through defunct marine biology forums and deep-sea sediment archives. It wasn't just curiosity. These were academics and contractors who had, over the years, brushed up against one fragment or another of the spiral pattern in glacial samples, in sonar anomalies, in ancient shell-form remnants pulled from depths where mollusks no longer live. They weren't trying to discover the arches, they already knew of them. They were trying to confirm something they hadn't dared say aloud, that the arches had changed, not shifted, not crumbled, changed. A French marine geochemist, formerly attached to an oil prospecting expedition, reported to his colleagues that a passive acoustic recording captured near the Scotia site in 2016, one he'd dismissed at the time, now showed structural resonance at a different harmonic signature than the 2012 logs. What once vibrated at a stable 52 Hz baseline now fluctuated in complex intervals. The waveform was no longer uniform. It was responsive. It bent in rhythm, like breath. Another report emerged from a New Zealand-based satellite telemetry team who had tracked subtle temperature eddies across the South Atlantic. Their data suggested that a current, one not previously charted, had begun looping through the area. Not a surface gyre, but a deep movement, a slow spiral of cold water circling the trench's edge at nearly imperceptible speed. The flow did not correspond to wind, tide, or tectonic shift. It simply moved, like a clock beginning to turn after eons of stillness. The arches, silent for so long, now seemed to be part of something living, not biological, but cyclical, as if waiting for a signal buried not in time, but in return. In late 2022, a private satellite company conducting independent seabed observation, supposedly for underwater cable routing, submitted a redacted heat map to an internal technical journal. It was only 3 frames long, but in those 3 frames, something extraordinary occurred. Each of the 6 arches, for just under 11 seconds, registered as a distinct thermal source, not from geothermal vents, not from sunken cables or vessels, but from within. The arches were warming, uniformly, synchronously, in a pattern of staggered pulses, each arch activating a second after the previous, in a clockwise formation, east to west, like the spiral shadow of a sundial turning beneath a blackened sea. The warmth didn't dissipate outward. It held to the stone, not heating the water around it, but transforming the arches themselves into beacons, or antennae, or keys. What they were meant to unlock, no one dared publish. But among those who reviewed the data, a consensus began to form, unspoken but clear. The arches had not been built for humans to find. They were built to find something else, to be found. A rumor spread among deep-sea archaeological teams that an early exploratory dive, one conducted before the military-funded return mission, years before the site was made public, had made contact with something behind the arches, not a wall, not sediment, but a smooth curvature of stone that echoed at 19.1 Hz when tapped. The diver who recorded the sound collapsed after resurfacing. He described, between fits of trembling, the sense that he'd heard a voice without syllables, a language that hadn't spoken to him, but through him. He died 43 hours later, of unexplained cerebral edema. His logbook was sealed. His suit was incinerated. But one line of his final dive transcript was leaked. It read, "The arches are not doors, they're ears." What followed was a sudden global quiet. No new research emerged on the petrified arches. No universities published expedition requests. Every institution previously involved withdrew. But offshore equipment remained. Silent monitoring stations, data buoys, unmanned sonar gliders, passing quietly above the trench at carefully spaced intervals, not exploring, listening, waiting for something to hum again. And then came the tremor. In March 2023, a microseism pulse was recorded by 3 separate hydrophones in the South Atlantic. Not from tectonic movement, not from collapse, a pure vibration, narrowband and sustained for 4 minutes, focused precisely at the coordinates of the petrified arches. It pulsed 3 times, then 5, then 2, then 13. The pattern was now unmistakable, not only recurring, but growing louder. Each subsequent tremor, registered with higher clarity, deeper resonance. Other sites, the Drake Passage, the depths off the Bonin Trench, the old Aural field, began registering sympathetic signals, weak, distant echoes of the original pulse. The structures were speaking to each other, not in metaphor, in measurable waves. The arches were not remnants, they were instruments, a single network, dormant beneath the sea for epochs, now waking as one. But it was the 6th tremor that changed everything, because for the first time, the signal didn't stop. It continued, endlessly repeating a series of pulses, not random, but modular, forming what data analysts called a cascade. The waveform shifted slightly with each cycle, adapting, narrowing, like a lens tightening its focus. Frequencies appeared within the gaps, hidden sequences layered beneath the hum. patterns matching the internal coil fractures of the sulfur scrolls, the micro-vacuum structures of the Aural field, even the submerged etchings on the fossilized jaws pulled from beneath the Scotia sediment. Someone, or something, was transmitting, and the arches were responding. The final experiment came quietly. A research team, unaffiliated with any government or corporation, used a long-range underwater signal projector to emit a mirrored version of the sixth tremor sequence back into the abyss. It was a reckless act, one not sanctioned, not logged, not warned. The signal returned, but not as a bounce, as an answer. For 17 seconds, every sensor in the monitoring network spiked: pressure, sound, magnetism, temperature, and then the sea stilled. Every buoy in a 200-mile radius went dark, and at the center of it all, a single black shape rising for just one frame on a sonar feed, wide, arched, hollow at its heart, and listening. The petrified arches no longer sleep. The gate is aligned, and somewhere beneath the Scotia abyss, something ancient has begun to hear. After the 17th second return signal, the abyss didn't roar, it didn't quake, it didn't shift, it simply pulsed. Once like breath caught in the moment before a sentence begins. That's what unnerved the few observers still clinging to unofficial watch lists, drawing data from aging sonar buoys and satellite Doppler bands long since reallocated to other causes. It wasn't violence that followed, it was articulation, a stillness so exact, so absolute. It felt constructed, designed, as though something beneath the Scotia abyss had heard the call, and paused, not to rise, but to listen more closely. In the weeks that followed, underwater cables across the South Atlantic experienced low-frequency signal degradation at synchronized intervals. Undersea internet backbones, seismic monitors, even transoceanic relay arrays began to register minute disturbances, not powerful enough to disrupt, but consistent enough to notice. Engineers initially blamed thermal currents or tectonic microfracturing, but then came the time codes. Every anomaly occurred at intervals divisible by 13 minutes, not random, not coincidental, like clockwork or rehearsal. Then, in April 2023, a set of oceanographic drifters deployed by a research vessel, attempting to measure mid-depth salinity, began to report unusual behavioral drift. Despite calm conditions, the buoys slowly arced toward the Scotia site, their orientation adjusting over days as if being drawn, not by current or wind, but by preference. When their ballast sensors were reviewed, it was discovered that each buoy had logged the same subtle oscillation in water pressure, a harmonic wave, slow, uniform, whispering across the trench's edge. Below, the arches had begun to shimmer. At first, the light wasn't visible, but LiDAR bounced oddly from their stone. Refraction patterns split into triplets, one returning normally, one lagging by milliseconds, and the third disappearing entirely. It was this missing signal that forced the classification to shift. The arches were no longer deemed geological formations. They were now labeled resonant anomalies, and deep within their carved interiors, something had changed. Where once the keystones dulled light, they now faintly bent it, not in the ways of crystal or glass, but like gravity wells. Photons veered, edges blurred. The arches, when viewed directly, appeared to sway, not physically, but optically, as though existing just slightly out of frame, vibrating a fraction of a second ahead of real time. Geometric modeling of the arches' shadows revealed impossible curvature. Under standard lighting, their silhouettes warped into ovals that rotated without the source moving. It was as though the shadows themselves were no longer bound by the angles that cast them, a phenomenon previously theorized only in black hole lensing, now occurring in 20-meter-high fossilized arcs at the bottom of a trench few dared visit. Theorists struggled for language. One team proposed that the arches were not structures, but interfaces, fossilized translators for a language encoded not in syllables or symbols, but in shape, frequency, and spatial distortion. Another theory suggested they weren't created at all, that they had grown. formed over unfathomable spans by forces capable of encoding resonance into stone itself, as if the arches were reefs, but for memory. Then the diver returned. Not the same diver, of course. He had died years earlier, lungs brined with neurological silence, but a new one, a volunteer, quiet, unremarkable, hired to test a pressure suit designed for solo descent into unstable current zones. His briefing did not include the word arc. He was told he'd be observing ridge shadows. He descended alone. Took 30 minutes to reach the shelf. When his lights flicked on, they caught the outermost arch in full relief. He did not speak, but his vitals spiked. Heart rate dropped, then surged. Breath caught, then slowed. EEG readings showed a sudden drop in alpha wave activity, not unconsciousness, but a shift into an unfamiliar state. Not sleep, not meditation, something else. He hovered there, motionless, for nearly 3 minutes. Then the camera feed cut out. When it returned, the diver had risen 60 meters, suit intact, eyes open, gaze unfocused. He was extracted without incident. Upon resurfacing, he wept quietly for over an hour, then said just one sentence before losing all capacity for speech. The arches blinked. He couldn't explain further. But when a team analyzed the camera footage from the moment of interruption, they found something chilling. For precisely 11 frames, the feed bent inward, not glitched, but curved. Light wrapped around a hollow point in the center of the arch, not black, not empty, but textured like liquid. Within it, a single ripple passed, not outward, inward, as though something on the other side had turned its attention to the camera and closed its eye. That's when the rest of the gates began to glow. Infrared scans picked up matching temperature blooms at 5 other locations on the map, each one equidistant from the Scotia abyss, forming a perfect ring beneath the oceans. At each point, faint harmonics were detected. All played the same sequence. 3 pulses. 5, 2, 13. The gates were humming again, only this time they were harmonizing. Across the Pacific Trench, the Atlantic Ridge, the frozen shelf beneath Novaya Zemlya, the sound returned, not as thunder, not as roar, but as chorus. A language older than sediment, older than shell, older than even the tectonic plates they rested on. A lullaby sung by stone to stone, bridge to bridge, voice to voice. No syntax, no translation, only one message, carved through pressure and silence. We are awake, not a threat, not yet, just a recognition. And in the deep archive files of the company that first discovered the arches, a firm now long dissolved, absorbed, erased, a final unsigned notation was recovered from the raw data logs. They are not entrances, they are invitations. You do not pass through them, they pass through you. Nothing more has been seen at the Scotia site. No lights, no pulses, no shifts, but the pressure beneath the arches remains anomalous, like lungs drawn full, like breath held, waiting. The decision to deploy a final probe to the site of the petrified arches came not from curiosity, but from necessity. Data had become unstable. Timestamps in long-range buoy transmissions drifted inexplicably, sometimes by milliseconds, sometimes by hours. Electromagnetic fields in the South Atlantic fluctuated in synchronized pulses, each aligning with the previously documented harmonic sequence, 3, 5, 2, 13. These weren't signals anymore. They were patterns being laid down, stitched into the very fabric of marine communication. The arches weren't dormant relics, they were broadcasting, subtly, insistently, rewriting the sea around them, and no one knew why. The probe was designed for endurance, not detail, built to survive deep pressure and transmit short bursts of encrypted telemetry. No cameras, no audio, just pulse measurements, resonance logs, and radiation counts. Its journey from the support vessel took 2 hours. Descent was clean, currents, quiet. Nothing interfered until it reached the mouth of the trench. There, as in past missions, the world bent inward, water thickened into syrup, direction frayed. Yet still, the probe continued, guided by coordinate lock alone, until it breached the perimeter of the arches. Telemetry, at first, was normal, radiation stable, vibrations low. Then, without warning, one of the arches moved. Not physically, not like a shifting structure, but its internal geometry, the void within the keystone, began to rotate. Not visibly, but mathematically. Reflections bent, pressure waves inverted. The probe registered a concave shift in the field directly ahead, as though space had folded in a fraction of itself. Not an opening, not a hole, a turning inward, of dimension. The term topological fold appeared in the raw logs. Moments later, the probe's radiation sensors spiked, not from decay or venting, but from alignment. Each arch, it appeared, had begun to resonate at a slightly different frequency, distinct but interconnected, like keys in a chord. When measured together, they formed a lattice, a vibrational net covering the space between them, and at the exact center, the pulse emerged again. 3, 5, 2, 13. Louder, deeper, shaped. The arches were forming a throat, and something was preparing to speak. Those monitoring the data feed did not feel fear, at first. The signal was not violent. There were no spikes, no surges, but something worse bloomed instead. A certainty. The realization that whatever mechanism had reawakened beneath the Scotia abyss was not waiting for permission, and had never required discovery. It had always known this moment would arrive. It had been counting down, perhaps not in seconds or years, but in revolutions. Tectonic, magnetic, harmonic. One full circle, one completed hum, and then the probe vanished. No burst transmission, no explosion. Its last packet ended mid-code, not garbled, not broken, just incomplete, as if the transmission had simply ceased to exist. Recovery attempts failed. The chamber into which it had descended no longer echoed with measurable sound. The arches had gone still again, but this stillness was different. It was final. Back on the surface, the sky changed. Barometric pressure along the coast of South Georgia dropped suddenly, followed by a tremor so deep it barely registered. A subterranean roll that did not shake ground or shift tide, but hummed through instruments, causing compass needles to tick slightly west for 3 full minutes before righting themselves. Deep sea arrays further north caught the edge of something massive, not a wave, a presence, a shadow that did not move but grew, across instruments, through frequencies, until data began to fill with echoes, not sourced from any known transmitter. Within those echoes, researchers discovered something chilling. When the frequencies were layered and stretched, they didn't just hum, they sang. The waveform matched the earliest known tonal recordings from the Aural columns, but with a new overtone. It was subtle, almost missed, but in it was language, not words, not phrases, but phoneme clusters, broken fragments, that when mapped, formed a spiral of their own, not physical, but linguistic, a syntax of pressure. One linguist, working under anonymity, ran the signals through a pattern recognition matrix. Her conclusion was brief. It's not speaking to us, it's reciting, from memory, from within. Whatever lived beneath the arches had once known this world, not recently, not as humans charted it, but as shape, as sound, as geometry. It remembered the fault lines before they fractured, the seas before they separated, the sky before it grew color. It did not emerge with violence. It did not need to, because it was already here. Across the world, thermal signatures echoed the signal. At the base of old trenches, beneath collapsed reefs, under blackened vents long thought dead. Everywhere the arches had been mapped, and even in places where no arch had yet been found, the water began to pulse, weakly, rhythmically, as if sea itself had become one slow breathing diaphragm, an inhalation held for millennia, now beginning to exhale. In response, old anomalies returned. Creatures that had vanished from the sonar logs of marine institutes, schools of fish known only from fossils, jellyforms seen only in ink-pressed records from the 1800s, reappeared briefly on deep scans, always spiraling, always circling down. Ships crossing these waters reported electronic disturbances, hallucinations, drifting into currents that didn't exist on the charts, and those who listened long enough began to hear it too. The call, not loud, not even audible, but it pressed into the bones, into the jaw, into the base of the skull where language dies and memory begins. And then, as if on cue, the final signal arrived. It came not from the abyss, but from the space between, a pulse that reversed. 3, 5, 2, 13, and then silence. The arches stopped vibrating. The sea went still. But the damage, or transformation, had already begun. Satellite thermal imagery of the Scotia site taken one day later showed no arches, no light, no shadow, only ocean. The formation had not collapsed. It had not drifted. It had departed. And in its place, a circle of unnatural stillness, 15 meters deep, rimmed in algae, turned completely white. At its center, suspended in slow rotation, was a spiral of air, dry, impossible, and unbroken. The sea had made room, and within that spiral, something watched. No eyes, no face, just gravity, just pulse, just the memory of stone structures that were never meant to be monuments. Only messages, only syllables in a sentence left unfinished, waiting for the breath of the sea to carry it again into form. It is unknown whether the arches will return, but the pattern remains. Buried in coral, hidden in ridges, etched into the teeth of fossils once thought extinct. They were never meant to hold. They were meant to teach, to echo, to wait. And now the sea knows the rhythm again, and it is humming. Beneath the edge of the Blake Plateau, where the seafloor folds downward into the heart of the Atlantic margin, a subduction trench hosts some of the oldest marine sediment still intact. It's a graveyard of layered epochs, silt from ancient rivers, volcanic ash from forgotten eruptions, and the calcified shells of organisms whose genetic lineage broke long before humans ever learned to name species. The trench does not crackle with tectonic tension like the Pacific Rim. Its size, a long, slow erosion of the Earth's skin by weight and water, and time. It was there, in 1997, that a core sampling mission for paleoclimatic research struck something unexpected. A fossil too large to belong in the narrow drill bore, too delicate to have survived the descent. Yet it arrived whole, not broken, delivered. At first glance it resembled the carapace of a giant crustacean, domed, ribbed, and covered in fine striations. But further inspection revealed no points of articulation, no signs of limb attachment, no opening for mouth or eye. The shell was sealed entirely, as if never meant to open, yet within the ambered cracks of its underside were layers of tissue that still retained elasticity, not living, but not dead, not preserved in the ordinary sense, but arrested, as if some process had been paused mid-function, and the body had simply waited out its burial in silence. It was sent to a marine cryptobiology lab in France, where it was placed in a sealed atmospheric chamber. The internal chambers were scanned, measured, modeled. What they revealed was anatomy with no biological precedent. A coiled tracheal structure that widened toward the apex, not narrowing as with modern respiratory systems. This was not a shell for protection, it was a resonator. And the fossil, though entirely sealed, had once breathed, but not by pulling air inward. The isotopic residue on its inner surfaces told a different story. It exhaled. In constant slow pressure, it breathed out. One paleontologist described it as a lung that never inhaled, a biological bellows that pushed something from within it out into the water around it. Gases, perhaps, heat, or sound. But the more disturbing hypothesis came from a physicist brought in to model the interior. She proposed that the fossil's structure bore uncanny similarities to harmonic speakers, not just in form but in vibration potential. That if it had lived in an environment of low thermal turbulence, it could have resonated at exact intervals, emitting frequencies strong enough to disturb not only water but neural activity in other nearby organisms. In other words, it may not have spoken, but its breath could reach minds. To test this, a laser vibrometer was used to pulse frequency across the surface of the fossil. At precisely 38.3 Hz, the shell quivered. It was a motion so slight, so internally contained, that the cameras missed it. But the accelerometer didn't. The fossil responded to sound, not passively. It reflected it. A small burst of counter-vibration pulsed back through the lab. One technician reported dizziness, another, nausea. The test was stopped, but the data was preserved. It revealed something no one expected. The fossil didn't reflect the sound that struck it. It returned the sound that came before, Each pulse sent to the fossil returned not as an echo of the current wave, but as a reconstruction of the prior wave, as if it remembered. The fossil did not react in real time. It corrected, it rehearsed, and worse. Each time the frequency was repeated, its response grew more refined, cleaner, stronger, as if the fossil was learning. The lab was shut down for a week after a series of minor seizures affected 3 personnel. No permanent injuries were reported, but the symptoms were the same in all cases: a sudden sense of inner pressure, followed by light flashes behind the eyes, followed by brief auditory hallucinations. All of them reported the same sound: breath, not heard through ears, but within the chest, like a sigh that had settled behind the sternum. Once tests resumed under stricter controls, the fossil was subjected to low-frequency magnetic fields to rule out piezoelectric anomalies. But when exposed to a frequency of precisely 19.1 Hz, the fossil's underside developed a visible fissure, not a crack, but a seam opening, along its center spiral. Gas escaped, visibly clear, but chemically complex. Analysis showed nitrogen, trace sulfur, and a compound with no stable configuration, one that broke down before it could be isolated. But for 12 seconds the lab's internal barometer registered a drop in air density, not pressure, density. Something had been displaced, and within that silence, a second shape was found inside the fossil, not biological, not symmetrical, a coil. Coated in calcified skin, it resembled the inner coil of an ammonite, but was neither shell nor cartilage. It was carbon-based, but not organic. When lifted, it crumbled into fine dust that formed a perfect ring pattern on the analysis tray before vanishing into the air. No trace remained, but the shape lingered, in the minds of those who saw it, not visually, physically. Each researcher described a sensation of motion, like the body had been spun gently while standing still, a dizziness that arrived not through balance, but through memory. One technician wrote, "I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up at the exact moment I touched the coil." The fossil was eventually sealed and placed into deep cryogenic suspension, but not before one final test was performed. The chamber it was stored in was fitted with passive acoustic monitors, to ensure no further activity occurred. For 73 days, nothing happened. Then, one night, the monitor activated, not from movement, not from tampering, but from sound. The fossil emitted a low continuous pulse, unmeasurable in volume, but distinct in pattern. It repeated 5 times, then went silent. The acoustic file, when visualized, formed a shape, a spiral, 3 arms, 5 curls, 2 offsets, 13 points. It matched the pattern. The fossil had breathed again, not air, not fluid, but time. And in doing so, it spoke the only way it knew how, by reminding the sea of something it once knew, not a word, but a rhythm. There's a term used in paleobiology, taphonomic stasis, that refers to the improbable preservation of soft tissue within fossils, when conditions align so precisely that decay simply waits. Yet what occurred with the reverse-breathing fossil defied even that quiet miracle of preservation. It had not merely stalled in decomposition. It had sustained function: no blood, no pulse, no cell viability, but resonance, memory, motion in stillness. And now, months after it had exhaled its final chemical signature and been entombed in cryostasis, the fossil showed signs of internal rearrangement. The spiral seam, once so faint it barely caught lab light, deepened by less than a millimeter. But the change was geometric, not erosive. As if something inside had rotated, microscopic inspection revealed that the striations across the fossil's underside had shifted orientation by precisely 11 degrees clockwise. Not a fracture pattern, but a signal, a deliberate turn. And while cryo conditions are supposed to halt all molecular activity, there was no mistaking the infrared bloom caught by the thermal monitor during the week of the autumnal equinox. The fossil had warmed, not from external power, not from malfunction, but from within. A single concentrated spot on the core spiral, shaped like a fingerprint left in stone. The image, when color mapped for public documentation, was quietly classified and removed. but a printout still survives in one of the private files of a geobiologist involved in the original excavation. Alongside it is a single handwritten note. Not fossil, not artifact. It's a container. What it contained, however, remained unknown, until a marine linguist reviewing the acoustic playback of the fossil's exhale noticed something unusual. Not in the sound itself, but in its intervals. The exhalation wasn't continuous, as first assumed. It was divided into fragments, 3 short bursts, 5 medium pulses, 2 long sighs, then 13 almost imperceptible clicks. When plotted, their rhythm matched the frequency profile of the signals recorded near the Scotia abyss arches, an identical pattern, one that had now repeated across separate locations, different discoveries, different time depths. But the fossil's version held a distinction. It was backward, reversed in harmonic direction, as if echoing the message rather than issuing it, a reply perhaps, or a rehearsal. More importantly, the fossil had breathed its response long before the arches ever activated. The exhale wasn't an answer, it was the original call, and that changed everything. If the fossil was ancient enough to originate the signal, then the arches were not the first receivers, they were repeaters, relay points in a cycle older than any human instrumentation, a network built not to speak forward in time, but in circles, over and over, until something listened back. Another revelation emerged when a retired tectonic analyst, working with sonar arrays in the southern Atlantic, cross-referenced the fossil's recorded pulse with known subsea floor echoes. He found that similar breath-like patterns had been recorded in the early 1980s during deep bridge cable laying operations. At the time, they were dismissed as thermal feedback, but the intervals, 3, 5, 2, 13, appeared there too, weak, nearly drowned in static, but present. The fossil had not been alone in its message. Its kind, whatever it was, had once populated the trenches, and at least one of them had outlasted its own ecosystem, preserved like a song trapped in a broken instrument. Further scans of the fossil in its frozen vault revealed one more anomaly. Beneath the primary spiral coil, hidden in calcite shadow, was an etched cavity, shallow, rounded, organic in appearance. Inside it, residue that fluoresced under ultraviolet light in a shade not seen in natural bioluminescence. It pulsed faintly every 91 seconds, not bright, not erratic, but steady, a heartbeat not of muscle, but of memory. Some researchers now believe that cavity was not part of the creature's biology, but an embedded organ of some unknown origin, perhaps a symbiotic interface, perhaps a recorder, but whatever it was, it remained intact even as the fossil's outer shell continued its slow geometrical shift. A pattern emerged when the light pulses were transcribed into waveform. The intervals weren't uniform. They mirrored the same harmonic distortion found in the Mariana spiral jaws resonance readings, too precise to be chance. The fossil wasn't emitting light randomly, it was encoding sound in light, and buried within that pulsing data were frequencies that, when played aloud in salt water, created micro-bubbles in the shape of nested helices, like fingerprints made of breath. The fossil was no longer just a message, it was a transmitter, a dormant biological antenna, now reawakening, not because of anything humans had done, but because something else had begun the cycle again. And in doing so, the fossil had heard the call and was now answering, in reverse, in spiral, in memory. Shortly after the discovery of the light-emitting cavity, the vault containing the specimen experienced an unexplained temperature spike. Alarms were triggered, no power failure, no pressure loss. And yet, the fossil's case showed a faint vapor coating its interior, condensation, despite sub-zero conditions. When opened, a scent was noted by the technician on duty. Not sulfur, not salt, something warm, like heated dust, like breath on cold glass, and the seam had widened, only by a hair's width, but enough to glimpse something within, a membrane folded and still pliant, shaped, not unlike the inner lining of a whale's tympanic cavity. It was iridescent, reflecting colors not found in ordinary marine creatures, not silver, not mother of pearl, something deeper, like oil, and ink and storm cloud, pressed into a single living hue. The fossil, it appeared, had once heard as well as breathed, and now, after untold centuries, it was beginning to listen again. In a final attempt to halt whatever cycle had resumed, the cryovault was shut down, not due to malfunction, but mandate. A team from an undisclosed agency arrived within 48 hours, citing overlapping interests in maritime preservation, paleogenic security, and non-nuclear acoustic thresholds. The fossil was removed. Its location remains unknown, but audio from its final hour inside the lab leaked weeks later. Not sound, exactly, but vibration, low, rhythmic. 3, 5, 2, 13. Then silence. Then the faintest sound, not a click, not a pulse, a whisper, drawn in, inhaled, as if something, somewhere, was finally drawing breath again. After the fossil was removed under classified authority, the laboratory remained quiet for only a week before the second anomaly occurred. It began not in the building but in the bodies of those who had worked closest with the specimen. 3 researchers, across 2 continents, began experiencing identical symptoms: a pressure behind the eyes, persistent auditory hallucinations described as submerged voices, and a recurring dream, always the same. A spiraled chamber of black stone, lined with ribbed walls that expanded and contracted, as if the entire room was breathing. No ceiling, no visible light source, just the sensation of breath moving outward from within the walls, heavy and warm, as though the room itself were alive. They each described awakening in a cold sweat, the sound of the pulse, 3, 5, 2, 13, echoing not in their ears, but in their bones. These were seasoned professionals, physicists, paleobiologists, specialists in structural morphology. None had ever exhibited prior signs of neurological disturbance. Now they couldn't even close their eyes without being dragged back to that coiled room. One of them, Dr. Helena Rao, began sketching obsessively. Hundreds of sheets, filled with cross-sections of the fossil, but distorted, growing, alive. Some drawings showed it unfurling like a fern, others like a mouth. One depicted it suspended above a trench, with arms of spiral smoke reaching toward the sea floor. In one sketch, the fossil had legs, not functional limbs, but columns, rooted into the ground like barnacled towers. Underneath, a hollow core, not empty, but dark and vibrating. At the base, something coiled, something watching. Dr. Rao's notes grew increasingly frantic. She spoke of a countdown, not numerical but rhythmic, that the pulse wasn't just a memory, but a form of timekeeping, that the fossil had not activated spontaneously. It had been waiting for the world to reach a specific state, a harmonic alignment of tectonics, current, and pressure that would act like a biological clock. According to her equations, that alignment would occur again in less than a year. Shortly after submitting these calculations to a restricted network, Dr. Rao vanished. Her apartment was found undisturbed, passport untouched, her computer wiped. But behind a false panel in her office wall was a sealed envelope. Inside, a single folded map, not of the ocean, but of the fossil's interior, imagined in full scale. What had been palm-sized in the lab was drawn now as kilometers wide, a spiraled complex nested within itself, each coil leading downward. The notation at the bottom was simple: it's not an organism, it's a cathedral. The implication was staggering, that the fossil had not just been alive, it had been a place, a structure, grown rather than built, designed not for mobility, but for function, to amplify, to encode, to broadcast. Its breath was not metaphor, it was message, a ritual repeated over millennia, by creatures who communicated not in words or signals, but in rhythm and geometry. Breathing wasn't survival, it was communion. Around the same time, off the coast of Mauritania, seismic sensors recorded a shift beneath the salt flats of the Atlantic margin. Not an earthquake, not a collapse, a deep subharmonic thrum, precisely mapped to the 19.1 Hz frequency that had once opened the fossil's shell. Beneath those flats, long theorized to cover one of the oldest submerged seafloors in the world, came a pattern of gas emissions spaced evenly across a 10-kilometer grid. Methane, carbon dioxide. No, this gas was heavier, slower, chemically unstable, not the byproduct of decay, but of release. What was emerging was not rot, it was memory. And within the oceanographic community, those few with clearance began to whisper about others. Fossils, kept quiet. In government basements, beneath Antarctic labs, embedded in trench walls too deep to excavate, each with spiraled construction, each exhibiting some form of delay between stimulus and reaction. They weren't extinct species. They were still listening, and they were starting to agree. One recording surfaced briefly before being scrubbed, a deep-sea hydrophone capture off the Azores. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but when slowed down and stretched, it revealed a lattice of harmonics. Not random, not ocean noise. The structure of it matched the spiral architecture in Auraw's map, and deep in the center, a drop in frequency too steep for natural origin. The kind of acoustic void that occurs only when sound is swallowed. In other words, the ocean was now answering itself. Scientists previously unaffiliated with the fossil began publishing strange papers. One argued that certain deep-sea formations were not mineral but acoustic fossils, shapes left behind by sustained sound, hardened into structure over geologic time. Another suggested that evolutionary respiration was not about oxygen, but frequency modulation, that early marine life may have sung in order to survive. Both were discredited. Both disappeared shortly after publishing. In the midst of this, an unmanned drone, deployed off Tristan da Cunha, returned images of a trench scar bearing spiral etchings 10 meters across, carved not into rock, but into the sediment itself, as if something had breathed there, not exhaled, but pressed its shape into the world. The pressure maps matched those from the fossil's final emissions. Then the reports of interference began, not just sonar or data packets, but dreams, divers, oil rig technicians, submarine crews, all began to report the same sensation, that something in the sea was breathing again, and that breath wasn't rhythmic anymore, it was quickening. Tidal sensors at 5 sites recorded unexplained pressure pulses at intervals of increasing speed, first hours apart, then minutes, then seconds. The signal wasn't growing louder, it was becoming urgent, a countdown not in numbers, but in need. And in a final classified briefing, a pattern was shown to the few with access, 3, 5, 2, 13. It had now repeated across 21 sites, each in deeper, darker waters than the last. Each time the interval had narrowed, and each time, the signal had been inverted, as if something was returning, not rising, not arriving, but being breathed back into place, as though memory were re-entering the ocean through lungs older than the continents, through mouths carved in stone, through fossils that had waited too long. And now, with the first stirrings beneath the Azores trench, it was clear. The fossil had never been a relic, it was a seed. When the signal pulsed again, its strength ruptured a node inside the Cape Verde hydroacoustic array, forcing a 7-day shutdown of all monitoring equipment in the central Atlantic. The failure was reported as a thermal spike, but no plausible source of heat was ever identified. It was not a physical overload, it was a harmonic one. The machinery wasn't burned, it was drowned in pressure patterns. Coils unspooled, substrates cracked not from current, but from vibration. The signal that had once trickled through fossils and trench gas was now surging with full force, and it no longer moved like breath. It moved like intention. In the absence of reliable data, human memory became the only instrument still tuned to the frequency. The dreams intensified. Across disparate populations, sailors, deep-sea technicians, even inland researchers with no contact to the field, identical visions returned. The breathing chamber, the spiral that turned inward, the cathedral of bone and vapor. Always the same 3 elements, the feeling of being inside a living structure, the rhythmic sensation of breath that was not their own, and a shape in the center of the spiral that remained cloaked in fog. The shape was never described clearly, a coil, a body, a presence, but all who reported the dream agreed on one detail. When they tried to speak, the air inside their lungs resisted. It was not fear, it was reverence. The dreams weren't dreams anymore, they were instruction. One oceanographic team in the Azores went further than others. They had discovered a sediment ring deep in a collapsed caldera, one that mirrored the etching found in the Mauritanian Basin. It was not a trench or a crater, but a nesting depression, a place where something massive had once come to rest, and then moved again. Within that ring, the team lowered a simple device, a resonance amplifier tuned to the 35213 frequency, embedded with a biophotonic emitter. The purpose was not communication, but verification. They wanted to know if the sea was truly responding, or merely echoing a forgotten past. What they recorded exceeded every expectation. The amplifier, when pulsed, was returned with not one signal but two. The first matched the original pattern, shifted by several nanoseconds, a classic harmonic return. But the second response came from an angle 30 degrees off axis, deeper than the emitter could account for, and it was not a repetition, it was a correction. The signal that came back included a fifth beat, 35213, a single, long pulse at the end, not accidental, not decay, a deliberate addition, and in waveform. It resembled not breath, but heartbeat, the same rhythm observed in the fossil's ultraviolet cavity. The ocean wasn't just waking up old instruments, it was restoring a score, sound as sequence, frequency as function, time as rhythm. The fossil, then, was not the beginning, it was a conductor, and the sea had resumed its composition. From here reports turned stranger. Divers in Indonesia found spiral fossils embedded in the shells of living creatures, nautiluses, sea slugs, even one crab whose carapace bore an imprint that under heat scan matched the fossil's cavity. These weren't ancient, these were fresh. The spiral was replicating itself, imprinting onto biological matter, as if memory could be viral, not in code or blood, but in shape. A language not spoken but carried, transferred through pressure, passed like breath, and always the message remained the same. You are not first. You are not alone. You are not listening. Then the interference began to affect instruments of the body. Cochlear implants malfunctioned. Artificial pacemakers pulsed irregularly. Even analog timepieces drifted, their gears subtly misaligning after ocean exposure. It was as if the sea was exerting a magnetic correction, tuning everything back toward a pulse older than precision. Those who felt the change didn't describe pain. They described a return, a slowing of time, a heaviness in the chest, and a clarity in the dark, like hearing the beat of the world as it was before light. The final event, the one no agency could contain, came from the Sigsbee deep in the Gulf of Mexico. It began with a low-frequency burst recorded across 4 separate marine research stations. Then from the basin, a column of water rose without volcanic trigger. No gas, no debris, just upward pressure, a spiral-shaped uplift captured by satellite, invisible deformation of the surface. At its peak, the water stood still for 7 seconds, a solid ring of silence in the sea, before collapsing inward. What was left behind was not a crater. It was a pattern, 3 kilometers wide, barely visible to the eye, but in radar and sonar, perfectly spiral, wound in reverse, at the exact ratio recorded inside the fossil's geometry. This time the pulse didn't return. This time the world exhaled, and for a moment, just one moment, it felt like the entire ocean had drawn in one final breath, and let go. Then silence, not absence, stillness, as if the breath had ended, as if the sea was holding that last lungful of memory somewhere beneath the floor of all known sound, and somewhere in some forgotten vault or private archive, the fossil waits. It will not move again. It will not hum again. It has passed on its shape. The ocean remembers now, and what it remembers will not be language. It will be rhythm. It will be breath. It will be the sound of something older than time returning to its spiral seat. And when it comes again, there will be no announcement. Only the feeling of your own lungs failing to draw the next breath, because something else has already begun to breathe through you. Along the southern rim of the Kermadec Trench, nearly 10,000 meters below the churning blue of the Pacific, there is a basin of shadow called simply Grid Sea. No thermal vents, no silt bloom, no fish, just a cold absence, so consistent in temperature that it was once proposed as an ideal location for deep-sea cryogenic storage, until the first probe sent down there returned with footage of something it should never have seen. Not ruins, not wreckage, not an animal, but a shape that made no sense in context. A perfect hexagonal opening, etched into basalt, its walls coated with a film that shimmered even under the weakest lights. The shape was too precise, too symmetrical. No current could have carved it. No sediment drift could have built it up over time. It wasn't natural. And yet, there it was, a door, sunk into the sea floor, where no door should ever have existed. When researchers from the International Bathymetric Survey reviewed the footage, they flagged it as a probable instrument error, until a second dive, from a separate drone, caught the same geometry from a different angle. This time, they caught something else too, a small puff of what appeared to be vapor emerging from the seam along the structure's base, not gas from volcanic pressure. This was darker, more coherent. It curled like breath in cold air, no oxygen, no methane. It wasn't reacting to anything. It was releasing something on its own. A month later, under pressure from an unnamed agency that had funded the dive, a follow-up mission was launched. 3 autonomous subs equipped with low-light cameras, particle sensors, and sterilized retrieval arms descended into the trench together. 2 maintained visual integrity the entire trip. The third, designated Vesper 9, broke formation and approached the vault opening alone. It transmitted for 21 minutes, and then it went silent. No impact, no system failure. Just stop. But the final 21 minutes of footage remained intact. Vesper 9 hovered above the hexagonal opening and lowered a retractable boom, fitted with a sterilized core sampler designed to extract hardened sediment from beneath the vault. The moment the sampler breached the lip of the opening, a film passed across the vault's surface, like a ripple on taut skin, not water, not fluid. The pressure sensors went wild, but more alarming was the visual itself. The vault opened, not outward, not inwards, but in place, its panels folding inward in a pattern that seemed to unwind the stone like fabric, revealing a hollow chamber beneath, and inside, tissue, flesh, not decayed, not fossilized, not mummified, just resting, as if placed moments before, coils of layered muscle, pale and undisturbed, suspended in a black fluid denser than seawater, ligaments curled like kelp, skin that shimmered faintly under the deep blue light of the probe's camera. There was no sign of rot, no microbial degradation, no oxygen burn. The cells had not only survived the pressure, they had maintained their structure. Some still showed trace electrical resistance, as if life had only just stepped out of the room. The fluid in the chamber was not ordinary brine. Spectral analysis showed it was composed of saline chains unlike any naturally occurring solution. It repelled both water and oil. It absorbed vibration. Sound entered the chamber and did not return, as if every noise was being folded down into a hush. And yet, when the drone adjusted its gain levels, a low resonance could be heard beneath the silence, not mechanical, organic, like the interior of a throat in the moments between breath and speech. Vesper 9 extended its collection arm, but before the claw could breach the surface of the chamber, the boom retracted on its own. Footage shows the robotic arm returning to its housing unit without command, and in the next moment, the camera feed caught an impossible occurrence. The tissue moved, not reflexively, not as the result of water pressure. It coiled, slowly, deliberately, around itself like a snake rearranging for warmth. And at the center of the mass, something blinked, a slit, a membrane, open, closed, just once. Then everything went black. Vesper 9's signal terminated. When the remaining 2 drones approached the vault, it had closed again, perfectly sealed, as if it had never opened. There was no trace of the tissue, no residue, no thermal change. The basalt geometry looked like any other deep-sea rock face. The only proof that something had occurred was the return sample Vesper 9 managed to extract in the first few seconds before its detour, a single droplet of the black fluid, collected unintentionally from the sampler's housing, stored in a cryogenic container. When analyzed in a level 4 containment facility, the droplet displayed no life signs, no protein strands, no DNA. But when exposed to fluctuating pressure, such as what would occur naturally in the ocean, it began to oscillate, not chemically, not thermally, visually. Light bent through the droplet in spiraled interference patterns, like the diffraction rings of sound through liquid crystal. The shapes resembled the kind of harmonic lattice seen in resonance chambers, like the fossil's mirrored breath, like the glyphs along the fossil's seam. The ocean wasn't storing life, it was preserving communication. The tissue wasn't dead because it had never been fully alive in the way we understand it. It had been structured, shaped, designed for something else, something waiting. And now, after centuries of pressure and silence, the vault had begun to listen again, and within it, the message of breath that had never stopped moving. The sample, sealed inside its triple-layered cryocylinder, was initially sent to a naval biosurveillance facility in the Pacific. There it was subjected to a battery of non-invasive tests: optical spectrometry, neutron diffraction, subharmonic modulation. The results yielded contradictions. Under inert light, the fluid remained perfectly still, inert, with a refractive index just below that of water. But when exposed to any form of human proximity, skin warmth, even the presence of breath outside its casing, its molecular structure entered a phase of visual resonance. Patterns would emerge within the vial, not shapes, but motions, spirals, repeating arcs, coiling helixes, like breath folding into breath. Not every observer saw the same thing. Some saw the movement of tides. Others claimed they saw a ribcage expanding and collapsing in perfect synchronicity with their own chest. At least two reported the illusion of a face behind the glass. Never the same face, but always watching. What unnerved the researchers most was not the liquid's responsiveness, but its apparent anticipation. Before instruments could activate their pulse sequences, the droplet would shift, as if adjusting itself, not randomly, but with precision, as if it knew what frequency was coming next. One technician compared it to the pause before a musician joins a chorus, knowing exactly where to enter. It wasn't reacting, it was participating, and what it joined was not mechanical, it was rhythmic, an old cadence, a breath pattern carried forward by stone, fossil, sediment, and now sealed in a droplet suspended between pressure and pause. A decision was made to transfer the vial to a secure subterranean complex beneath Greenland's ice shelf, where geothermal stabilization and full magnetic shielding could be implemented. During transport, the aircraft reported no anomalies, but midway through the flight, the onboard biosensors registered a pressure drop within the vial, without any breach. The sample did not expand, it inhaled. The change was minuscule, less than half a microliter in volume, but unmistakable. Internal condensation on the chamber walls shifted, drawing inward in a spiraled curl before fading completely, as if something within the droplet had exhaled an hour before takeoff, and only now, thousands of feet above sea level, was it breathing back in. Upon arrival, the vial was sealed in a magnetic isolation tank and lowered beneath 700 meters of glacial crust. There, surrounded by silence and shielded from seismic interference, the sample was monitored continuously. What occurred over the next 72 hours changed the entire protocol of marine biosurveillance. Every 21 minutes, the droplet emitted a faint bioluminescent glow, not visible to the naked eye, but caught by spectral sensors. It always pulsed 3 times, then 5, then twice, then 13, and on the 4th night, it added a final long glow, just once. The team noted this pattern without alarm, until they played back archived footage from the vault breach and overlaid the pulses. They matched exactly, the same timings, the same spacing, not a coincidence, a recitation. The droplet was echoing something, repeating it, preserving it not as a biological reaction but as memory. Then on the 6th day, the droplet moved, not melted, not evaporated. It coiled. In real time, within its chamber, the fluid bent into a spiral filament and held its shape for exactly 8 seconds before releasing. Researchers ran freeze frames and edge detection overlays. The shape was familiar. It matched the internal geometry of the fossil's breath cavity, identical down to the arc width and curvature. The droplet had not just remembered the fossil, it had been inside the same cycle, part of the same process, possibly the same species of preserved structure, or worse, its seed. One theoretical biophysicist, Dr. Aural, proposed that the droplet contained not life, but the potential for life, a pressure-responsive matrix able to reconstruct viable tissue given the correct harmonic environment. Life not coded by DNA, but by frequency. She called it harmonic tissue latency, the idea that some biological systems require not chemical triggers to activate, but sound. Not the kind we hear, the kind that breathes through water, through stone, through time. Dr. Mera's proposal was rejected by every agency involved. 3 days later, she was found in her quarters, dead from acute cerebral hemorrhage. No signs of trauma, no poison. But the walls of her room had been etched by hand, not scratched, not scribbled, etched. 3, 5, 2, 13, 1. Over and over, hundreds of times, always in spiral form. She had drawn them with her fingernails until her skin tore. The sample was immediately reclassified. Now called biological entity Blackwater 1, it was placed in vacuum lock. No one was permitted to observe it directly, and still, it moved. Every 72 minutes, the sample emitted a low-frequency pulse, just beneath human hearing. The waveform, when translated into visible spectrograms, showed a helix within a helix, nested harmonics, inverted echoes. Someone finally admitted what others had suspected. The sample was not decaying, because it was never alive in the way we understand life. It didn't die, it waited, and what it waited for had begun to arrive. Across the Pacific Rim, more vaults were found. None were opened, but satellite gravimetric scans showed that they too had begun to pulse, not electrically, not thermally. They were breathing, deep within basalt lungs. The vaults weren't tombs, they were chambers, the kind designed to hold breath until the cycle began again. And somewhere, deep in the spiral corridors of the trench, the next chamber prepares to open, not because we found it, but because the ocean has remembered its shape. The recovery teams eventually stopped calling it a droplet. By the second week of containment, the sample was behaving more like a lung or a capsule, not changing shape entirely, but expanding and contracting with deep-sea rhythm, as if following instructions from a source no instrument could detect. One observer described the pattern as tidal, not mechanical. Others noted the uncanny similarity to prenatal respiration, the slow practice breathing of a fetus still inside the womb, exchanging memory instead of oxygen. Inside the vacuum-sealed canister, surrounded by magnetic null fields and hardened alloy, this unkillable residue continued to perform something eerily close to life. Not visibly alive, not reactively dead. Something third, something paused. But when they brought it to the lower chamber of the Greenland facility, a space retrofitted with hydroacoustic shielding and full-spectrum interference nullifiers, the real shift began. At 2:46 a.m. on the 16th night of monitoring, a technician named Leon Herro reported a high-pitched ringing in his right ear, followed by a complete loss of equilibrium. He collapsed. 10 minutes later, 2 others in the observation subdeck experienced the same phenomenon: dizziness, cold sweat, nausea, pressure behind the sternum, and the most unsettling of all, a sensation described almost identically by each of them, a heartbeat that was not their own, not in their chest, but behind it, as though something was resting against their spine from within. Slow, deliberate pulses that didn't match their heart rates, but instead maintained a second rhythm, beneath and between every thump of their own. A second beat, foreign, familiar, perfectly timed. All 3 were removed and quarantined. None showed physiological anomalies, no internal bleeding, no neurological markers, but each one insisted the same thing. They had been tuned, like a chamber struck by a note it remembered from long ago, and still, the droplet persisted. A week later, a decision was made. The sample would be subjected to controlled sonic interrogation, not haphazard pulses or arbitrary frequencies, but a direct reproduction of the fossil's breath pattern as recorded by Vesper 9 during the final seconds of contact with the vault. The pattern was simple: 3 pulses, 5, 2, 1, long. The playback was begun at low volume, transmitted through a non-reflective crystalline emitter. For the first hour, nothing happened. Then the droplet began to rotate, not along an axis, but within itself, a kind of internal folding motion, not visually measurable, but caught in the fringe edges of laser refraction. It curled, it wound, it thickened slightly, and the sensors registered a shift in surface tension so precise it would have been missed if not for thermal drift controls detecting a sudden absence of entropy. The sample was no longer neutral, it had become a well, not absorbing light or sound, absorbing certainty. The mathematics broke down. Predictive algorithms returned only null sets. The droplet could no longer be modeled. Its future states had collapsed, not randomly, intentionally. The container was reclassified, not just biological, sentient, not in thought or intelligence, but in presence. It was aware, and not of us, of something older, of the sea, perhaps, or of what came before it. The rotation increased in frequency until one final pulse, not recorded, not sensed, but felt. Everyone in the lower levels of the facility stopped speaking at the exact same moment, not from sound, from silence. It fell into the room like the air had thickened. Every voice collapsed mid-word. Every movement ceased. The droplet had exhaled again, and in doing so it had spoken. What it said was not words. There were no syllables, no sound, no recognizable frequency. But afterward the security logs revealed something no one could explain. At the precise moment of that shared silence, every analog clock in the observation wing jumped forward 13 minutes. Digital systems stayed unchanged. Only the mechanical ones moved. The gears didn't rotate. They jumped, as if time had skipped, but only for those who were near the breath. This was not energy. This was not force. This was instruction. Something encoded so deeply in the fabric of time that only machines, old ones, could catch its slippage. The ocean didn't need to speak loudly. It just needed to shift the rhythm slightly, bend the pulse once, and the message would be delivered, not as sound, not as words, but as shape. The droplet, now classified as Blackwater 1, was placed into rotational isolation, surrounded by a gyroscopic null chamber to prevent even gravitational drift from influencing its motion. That's when it stopped glowing. All pulse signatures vanished. No motion, no temperature fluctuation. For 6 days it remained inert. Scientists debated if the containment field had suppressed its behavior permanently. They were wrong. On the 7th day, the lights in the subdeck flickered, every screen went black, and across all monitors, without power, without data, one image appeared, a spiral, not drawn, not digitally generated, reflected, from within the chamber, onto the lens of every camera. The droplet was showing them its memory, but the spiral wasn't the same as before. It was inverted, reversed in direction, with its center now a perfect void, a blackness deeper than any dye, deeper than shadow, an opening. The team stared in silence, and then the cameras failed, all of them, even the analog backups. Everything powered down, or rather was quieted, as if a breath had passed through the room and told all circuits to be still. When systems rebooted 17 minutes later, the droplet remained, but now it floated freely inside the chamber, not resting, not settled, hovering, as if the laws of buoyancy had lost jurisdiction, as if something else had taken over. That night, those who slept on base dreamed the same thing, a hallway of bone, a slow hum that wasn't a voice, but a memory of one, a black vault breathing underwater, its walls swelling not from pressure but from something within, something stored, something ready, and then stillness. The final inhalation held. The dream ended with a door that never opened, and a breath that never exhaled, because the message had been delivered. Not in data, not in light, but in shape, and now that shape lives inside them. After the blackout, no one was willing to approach the containment vault without a second party present. Security doubled, but not because of external threats. There were no breaches, no tampering, no sabotage. What everyone feared now was internalization, the possibility that something in the room was embedding itself into the observers, not physically, but rhythmically. Several researchers began to record symptoms consistent with synchronized parasympathetic activity, heart rates aligning, respiration falling into matched patterns, thermal shifts in the skin occurring within 1 second of each other, despite total isolation between test subjects. Not contagion, not suggestion. In training, the spiral had become internal, one technician, isolated, experienced, mentally stable, reported an auditory hallucination in the shower facilities. He described hearing someone humming several stalls away, low, soft, slow. When he called out, the sound didn't stop, it didn't change. It only grew clearer, like it was being transmitted through water, not air. He exited the stall. No one was there. The lights dimmed without flickering, and for exactly 13 seconds, his body temperature dropped by 4 degrees. That same night, his fingerprints stopped registering on biometric panels, not due to damage, not due to skin wear, but because the system no longer recognized his pattern. He was removed from duty, quietly, and without statement. By week 4, the base itself began to register shifts. Seismic anomalies, minute but constant, beneath the ice shelf, not tremors. Pulses, always aligned with the Blackwater 1 sample's hourly cycle. A pattern of internal pressure and release measured across the geothermal crust, like something was echoing back from the Earth itself. Not from above, from below. As if the vaults were not singular chambers, but terminals, interfaces positioned across the ocean floor, each one awaiting reactivation by the memory embedded in the sample, each one listening for the breath. The base director ordered the sample to be removed from isolation for final analysis, before a full transfer to a deep-sea research substation. The procedure was scheduled for midnight, chosen to ensure minimal interference from above-sea satellite signals, and reduced electromagnetic interference from global grid fluctuations. The chamber was opened under observation by 3 researchers and 1 senior auditor. The moment the magnetic seal disengaged, the droplet responded. It did not shift. It did not glow. It rose. Fully vertical, against gravity, without rotation, without effort, not floating, positioned. And for the first time it spoke in a language not of movement, not of rhythm, but of reflection. The walls of the chamber darkened, not by light loss, but by interference. A spiraled distortion radiated outward from the sample's center, ripples of inverse geometry that bent the edges of the room in the observer's peripheral vision. Straight lines curved, angles softened. Every instrument pointed at the sample displayed impossible readings: negative density, 0 entropy, phase delay. One sensor reported time inversion for 3 milliseconds. Another began to count backwards in prime intervals. The droplet remained still, then split. No impact, no surface tension break, just division. From one came 2, both smaller, both spiraled, and then they spun. Not fast, not violently, in slow mirrored choreography. Every pulse they emitted was now doubled, 2 harmonics overlapping, just out of phase, forming a third tone in the subsonic range. The result was disorientation in every human observer. Even those in sealed monitoring rooms above the lab began to experience symptoms: chest tightness, involuntary muscle shivers, hallucinated breath against the back of the neck. The droplets were communicating, with each other, or with something else. And then, the chamber lights turned red, not because of alarm, but because the overhead system, run entirely on an independent power array, received an external command from a server that had been disconnected for over a year. The only code it processed was one line: prepare vessel. The chamber depressurized by 0.13 atmospheres, despite being sealed. Not because something escaped, but because something was drawn in. The samples responded by returning to a single spiral form, fused again, but altered, now stretched, elongated, like a tendril of fluid reaching towards something unseen. No instrument could record its density anymore. It no longer refracted light. It did not occupy measurable space. Yet it remained there. Present, observed. And then came the hum. Soft, deep, not through the ears, but inside the skull. Every person within a quarter mile of the lab reported the same thing. A low tone vibrating not in the room, but in their bones. Some fell to their knees. Some began to cry without understanding why. One collapsed, unconscious, and remained in a coma for 13 hours. The sample's shape changed one final time, from spiral to cone, pointed downward, toward the Earth, and it held, perfectly still. Then the base lost power, all of it. Emergency lights stayed off, no backups triggered, and in that full darkness, the hum returned just once, followed by the unmistakable sound of inhalation. Not air through lungs, not water through gills, something deeper. The breath of stone, of trench, of time awakening beneath pressure, and then light returned. Everything normal. The sample gone, not exploded, not displaced, gone. The chamber was empty, dry. The air smelled faintly of salt and copper, but no trace of liquid remained. Every system rebooted. The logs were intact, except for the final 47 minutes. Corrupted, overwritten. All that remained was one still image captured by a passive analog camera, a ripple on the chamber floor. Circular, perfect. A spiral with 13 notches, burned lightly into the steel. The same pattern that had echoed through fossil droplet chamber. The memory of something that had not ended, but waited. And now, the breath was loose again. Not in the ocean, not in the stone, but in the world. And it remembers how to breathe. Before carbon dated the cliffs, before sonar mapped the trenches, before any language carved its way into stone, there was only breath. The kind that passed through bone and reef, that folded into the tide, that hummed in rhythms too old for memory, but too precise for chance. What we've surfaced in these hours isn't folklore, it isn't myth, it's residue, evidence, of cycles older than science, and lives fossilized not in decay, but in intent. Across vaults of silt, and under spirals of pressure, we've followed signals that shouldn't echo, fossils that shouldn't hold temperature, patterns that write themselves into flesh, into data, into dreams. In every one of these mysteries, there's a rhythm, slow, relentless, waiting, not to be discovered, but to be remembered. Tonight you've drifted through more than shipwrecks, or strange sediment. You've wandered through a different kind of memory, one that doesn't belong to the land, or to time, or even to life, as we define it. A memory suspended in salt and silence, blooming in the dark like breath returning to lungs once thought lifeless. So as the last pulses fade, and your room grows still, listen carefully, not for answers, for rhythm, that slow rise and fall, just beneath your chest. The breath you trust without thinking. The sea remembers that sound, and if you're very quiet tonight, beneath the hum of your ceiling, beneath the weight of your sheets, you might feel it listening back. Good night, from the deep.